Muy buenos días, tengan
Good day
los asistentes
to all the participants who are with us today in this summit for electoral democracy. This summit for the Americas is part of a general movement that is taking place in various parts of the world. We have 5 regional summits. On June 8th and 9th, we had the summit with the electoral authorities of Europe. We are currently in the one for the Americas. In July 25th and 26th, we are going to have our meeting with Africa. And in August 11th and 12th, we are going to have the summit with Asia. We are about to define the date for the Arab countries as well. All of these meetings will be recorded in English and Spanish, so you can have access to them in different parts of the world. Today is Thursday, June 30th, which is the third day of our summit, and it's also the last day of our summit for electoral democracy for the Americas. And we are going to have our panel that is going to be representation, parity, and gender-based political violence. Katia is an international specialist on the topic, and she is going to be the moderator today. Good day to all of you. I want to begin by greeting Manuel Carrillo, as well as saying thank you to the 18 institutions and organizations that are part of this initiative. I also want to greet each and all of you who are following this summit. And I also want to greet the panelists who are going to be sharing their ideas with us today. I want to say thank you to Mari Carmen Plata. She is Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity of OAS. We have Claudia Zavala, Electoral Counselor of Mexico's National Electoral Institute, and Carolina Gilas, Professor at the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences at UNAM. Like Manuel said, in this third day in this panel, we are going to talk about parity and gender-based political violence. So to do so, I would like to make an introduction regarding the elements that we are going to be talking about today in this panel. I want to begin by saying that in the 80s, as part of the electoral reforms, various countries in the region adopted quotas as a measure of affirmative action that was proposed to promote the elimination of the gaps and obstacles that women face in political participation. The deficits of inclusion of women in representation and decision-making were obvious, and they still are. So electoral systems and political parties, when they approved the quotas, were not necessarily expressing an effective willingness of inclusion and recognition of women as political actors. The political space is traditionally considered for men. Quotas were applied as like a formal requirement. The quotas were not meeting this challenge of incorporating women into spaces of representation in a more ample way, or in a way in which we could have participation in terms of equality. Generally speaking, quotas were used to incorporate women into the list in places that weren't very important. In this legislation, they did not establish sanctions if this measure was not met. So quotas were sort of like a condition that they had to meet. And in the face of these limitations, with the actions of the feminists and with the movements of women and women in political spaces in the region, once again, we start the debate on democratic deficits. And we are appealing to the fact that the interest of more than half of the population is left out. It is also proposed that there be an appeal regarding inequality in the electoral political rights of women. And within this framework, we begin with a new proposal, which is the representative parity proposal. And this parity considers that the list of candidacies has to have the inclusion of 50% women, 50% men, but likewise, for its application, they incorporate vertical parity and horizontal parity, where it is proposed that this 50% will be guaranteed in an alternative way, meaning in correlation from the very beginning to the end of the list, one man, one man, one man, one woman, in a correlational way. And also in the perspective of horizontal parity, the idea is that women will be also incorporated in 50% in the electoral list. So obviously, this is a proposal that's still being debated. Also with a proposal of a new horizon that is called parity democracy. Parity democracy is centering on equality, but above all, substantive equality that talks about the creation of a new social contract in which women with men, states, and political organizations and citizens contribute to the democracy. Up to now, 9 countries of the region have already adopted parity legislations, even though they have different scopes in their reach. And we also mentioned with Flavia Fleidenberg that in 7 countries, after the application of this parity policy, we have had the inclusion of women in legislative positions, and they have 40 to 50% of participation in those countries in which the legislation has been effective. Currently, the region is among the 2 regions that have the highest participation of women in Congress and Assembly, with an average of 30% for the region. And this 30% is reached by those countries that have included this parity legislation, and it has been effective. This parity process is contributing to the generation of better inclusion conditions for women, especially in the legislature. However, their incorporation is done through traditions that are very patriarchal, in which there is resistance to recognize the equality of women, of the political rights of women. And we also see that there is a generation of a trend to expel women from these spaces or sanction women that are participating in politics. And we see this in what is called a legislation for this framework of expression of violence against women, which is considered gender-based political violence. These are the topics we are going to be talking about in this panel. I would just like to highlight that this debate is not a discussion among women. It's a discussion of an agenda that women have to reflect in a deeper way on democracy in this region with a perspective of inclusive democracy, parity democracy, equal democracy. So we invite all of the people who are with us today to generate these insights as an inclusive reflection process for both men and women. So we open up the session to our speakers. We want to remind our speakers that we each have 15 minutes, and then after that, we will have a Q&A session. So now I would like to give the floor to Mari Carmen Plata. Thank you for your participation. You are the first speaker for our panel. Thank you very much, Katia. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this summit. I think this topic is very important. I have been listening to the participations of this summit in the 2 previous days, and I think it's very timely to start off the last day of the summit with the topic of parity and women participation in politics. In OAS, we see it as our north. It's an integration of women in all projects and policies in the organization. The member states have taken on the commitment historically and progressively with an integration of a gender perspective to be able to accomplish a total participation of women in all areas in the public and private lives. And of course, this includes politics. We have approved various orders and laws for women equality within the 4 pillars of the organization that include democracy, human rights, safety, and development. That's why, for me, it's so important to be able to contribute to this conversation and share our perspective in OAS. And I, as a premise, would like to propose that when we talk about parity or equality, we always include women in all their diversity. African descendants, indigenous women, various gender, migrants, refugees, all women that make up our democracy in its more ample diversity. I would also like to say that the efforts of participation of women in parity have not only connected to initiatives of the member states, but they also have been adopted inside the organization, and in the management of our secretary, we have institutionalized parity as a main pillar in the organization. We know that with parity, we will be able to have truly participative democracy, and only through parity, we can have a roadmap of the recognition, access of rights, of our full rights for women in all their diversity. That's why I want to share these 3 aspects that we work on in OAS. First, a reference of the importance of a perspective of gender in electoral observation, then the challenge of gender-based political violence on a regional basis. And then finally, I would like to talk about intersectionality when we consider full political participation of women. When we talk about OAS and electoral observation, I think you already have heard about these topics, and I am very honored to talk about the work that the Secretary does in the strengthening of democracy with Francisco Guerrero and the Department for Electoral Observation of Gerardo de Casa. And I think that from an institutional perspective, it makes us all feel proud in the organization that OAS for 60 years has electoral observation missions, and we have 301 now, including the ones of these recent weeks. In 2011, electoral observation has a methodology to incorporate the gender perspective as a tool to have a precise diagnosis regarding the regulatory aspects, institutional aspects, and cultural aspects that define the participation of women in the political environment of various countries that are very diverse. I have had the opportunity of participating in missions, and I see that it's very important to witness the rigor with which these missions perform their work and how they focus on the study of the impact of gender policies. This study has great potential because the results of these evaluations allow missions to offer countries' opportunities, a roadmap to fight against the gaps that are identified and that offer growth in democracy. With the information that comes out of the missions, countries can intensify efforts to have electoral processes that directly work towards equality that is seen in the international instruments of human rights and legislations, and to materialize these policies. In this line of thought, the program has issued more than 200 recommendations to close historical gaps and obstacles that women face to access power and to fully participate in the political lives of our country. Out of the recommendations, I would like to highlight some trends like what Katia was saying. About 40% of the recommendations in this topic between 2011 and 2021 are measures to foster a better distribution of gender in elections in representation. In this sense, between 2011 and 2017, the category of recommendations was focused on promoting the adoption or strengthening of the quotas that already existed. So we want to continue going forward and correcting the mechanisms that exist to guarantee a minimum participation in electoral bodies of women or decision-making. But in 2017, we see that the recommendations are stronger because they go towards political parity, and INE has done this too. And this is how we become more and more frequent. And now we see this as a natural evolving for these countries who have accomplished this. Parity today is a regional reference in this line of thought, but we also understand that if we do not have the necessary conditions, any numerical reference of 50-50 is not complete. So we have to ask ourselves, how can we accomplish better conditions to foster parity representation? And in the observations made, they also highlight topics that have to do with the strengthening of mechanisms of political financing of candidates. How do you have equity in the financing of women? For example, they propose to include incentives to promote candidacies of women. Others have to do with guaranteeing the resources in an equal way among all candidates. And then there is a proposal of strengthening of gender units inside the electoral bodies. This allows us to create institutional centers for programs to promote political participation of women and to supervise affirmative action. And this is seen in a more ample way, and the obligations of the political parties like funding. I have to underline that we also understand that we have to have a transversal focus, and I think it was already mentioned, to be able to have a differentiated approach to women, for example, with indigenous women or women that have some kind of disability. So now there is an initiative that was recently launched by OAS for the implementation of these recommendations through a high-level group for the strengthening of political participation of women. This group and this initiative gathers a group of leading women, and their main reference is the ex-president of Costa Rica, Laura Chinchilla, and there are other leading women with her who are working on supporting those countries who want to strengthen those recommendations. And here I link it up to political violence because it's another condition that we have to work on. So missions have also offered a very important relevance in ensuring that the conditions of the electoral ecosystem be free of discrimination and violence based on gender. And since 2017, they have approached this topic more frequently, focused on implementing and strengthening measures to sanction and eradicate gender-based violence. And I think it's very interesting and of concern that in this category of recommendations, and it represented approximately 7%. In 2018, it has gone to 30% in 2021. And this shows us the magnitude of this challenge of the use of political rights in our region that also have important scaffolding in this topic. Because we know that in our system, we have a judicial system that includes human rights, all the different commissions and conventions. There's a declaration of Lima of 2015 of gender-based violence against women. There's an inter-American law for political violence against women, and there's a protocol for political parties. There are starting points for the instrumentation at a local level. That is why I think it's very important to underline that the judiciary framework is there. The willingness in the institutions is also present to support those countries who are interested, and also link them to the findings of the observational missions. But in the pandemic, we have had backsliding, and we must incorporate these aspects. And I think it's interesting that you commented, and that it has been commented through the summit, how media has an effect on this topic. We see societies that become more and more aggressive. Social media promotes danger of disinformation, of fake news, and they also have a differentiated negative impact against women. It's a very specific type of violence against women. And here I would like to underline that in the organization, in the 9th Summit of the Americas, we also have a center that searches to support independent journalism to address these issues of disinformation. That is also part of the reason that is considered gender-based political violence. And I would also like to mention the roles of the political parties and the civil society that has been observed in these days throughout the summit, because it's very important that no matter what the effort is, we have to actively incorporate political parties and citizens. We talk about education that we were talking about, and democracy that goes beyond these spheres of communication, but they also have to be present with the constituents, and that they make decisions that will have an effect on democracy. I think that the work with civil society is key. I think that we have to have citizens that understand their role and offer them tools so they can be active agents in parity and democracy. And finally, to close quickly, where I began, I think it's vital for us to continue establishing goals within parity, that we should not just talk about parity, but we should talk about intersectoral parity. We saw the importance of having a visibility of women in politics in their full diversity. And I think it's very important that we ensure that we continue promoting initiatives that allow for more ample participation of women. Article 9 of the Inter-American Letter talks about the elimination of discrimination to strengthen our democracies. And I think this is a very interesting line of work. And this way we continue working in an ample way in having higher participation of women in politics and to address violence in this way. So thank you very much for your participation, and thank you very much for sharing this space with us. Thank you very much, Mari Carmen. And you respected the time, so thank you very much, because that's very important for our panel. So we give the floor now to Claudia Zavala. Thank you very much, Katia. I greet you all. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. And of course, I want to begin by saying thank you to the institutions that make this summit possible for electoral democracy. This is a very relevant topic for all of us, that we are discussing such important topics in these relevant moments. I want to say thank you for allowing me to participate with Carolina, with Mari Carmen, with Katia, with Manuel. Thank you so much for making all of this work possible that you have promoted. I want to say thank you to all the people who are with us and that follow us through social media. Mari Carmen already gave us an overview that's very important and 3 perspectives on behalf of a body that is so important in electoral observation. So today I want to talk about what we have done in the electoral authorities and our legislative developments. While I was preparing this presentation, I was thinking that the progress that we have had in gender and parity in the country are starting on a point of no return for equality among men and women, even though we have pending issues. And specifically when we talk about that there is an increase of violence against women. However, what happened in the US last week regarding abortion was shocking to me. And it reminded me that the struggle for rights is a constant and permanent effort. And backsliding is always a possibility, even in the most advanced democracies. So we should not stop working. We all have to continue fighting. This is a concern that obviously also considers all the progress that we have had nationally, regionally, and internationally. However, political changes that are gender-based need political willingness and a true institutional commitment. If we talk about the accomplishments, I feel very satisfied with what the National Electoral Institute has accomplished regarding the gender agenda. Mexico, like never before in its history, has the largest number of women in political positions in the executive and legislative branches. We're talking about 9 governors, and we will confirm these results in Aguascalientes and Quintana Roo. We have a Congress that has parity. We have a Senate that has 49.2% of women, 32 local Congresses that are made up by 53.6% of women, and 22.1% of mayors, 66.8% of women as union representatives, and also city representatives. This parity is thanks to institutional synergy in the legislative. In the legislature, the reform of parity in everything, like it is known in Mexico, strengthened the progress of women in power. And we're seeing in the promotion of the constitutional reform of 2014 that regulated the principle of gender parity and the adoption of various affirmative actions on behalf of the electoral parties, both nationally as well as in each one of the states. And these have been backed up by the jurisdiction. Likewise, the spirit of reform has allowed for its application be irradiated in all elections, be unipersonal or collegiate ones. And this has been translated into rules and actions that have boosted their effects, like valuing alternative options and the integration of a certain position in each state, the competitiveness among political parties, and the possibility of overcoming the barriers of parity to close the historical gap of access to political positions. But as the reality shows us, this scenario is not something that we can take for granted. We have to have surveillance and continue working on it, because without this, we wouldn't be able to explain that the same synergy that promoted a reform to guarantee the effective access of women to political positions in an equal way, well, they have also promoted reforms that allow for that the activities of all political activities of women be together. First, we have the reform of gender-based political violence. And for the very first time in Mexico, it offers powers to authorities to sanction these types of behaviors.
The transcendence has been such that even by a decision of the Federal Tribunal of the Federation, now we have a list of people that are sanctioned against political violence and gender-based violence, with 447 registration by different authorities, most by the electoral tribunals, out of which 221 people had been punished and sanctioned, 185 men and 36 women with different levels of reincidence. What is shocking is that even with the regulative instruments to sanction those that are breaching the political and electoral rules, and even before the visibility towards these actions, violence practices against women in their different expression continue, and they they have continuance in the elections. And it's because in our continent we have a political culture which is characterized by disassociating the favorable practices that have to do with the political participation of women and to the progress reached in the formal arena, tending to incorporate women as right subject with practices that the municipal party leaders, etc., continue to reject to include them in the political and electoral scenario. That's why it is not by chance that the municipalities which they have a more local routing, there is a considerable deficit on the percentage of women that have access to them. Even I have to, in a very concerning manner, tell you that in these positions, it has been more evident the violence against women. Without going to more women, more violence, what I would like to stress out is that violence against us, women, shouldn't be the cost because we increase the spaces of citizen or government representation. Before this violent phenomenon, the state is compelled to continue adopting policies that allow to prevent, sanction, punish, and eradicate in an effective manner political violence against women that have public decision positions at a national and local level, as well as in the parties and the political movements. In Mexico, for example, it is indispensable to go more in depth of the consequences of exerting violence in all the arenas. We have an electoral regulation which allows to sanction these behaviors, but it has to be hand in hand with actions that represent a political cost to those exerting it. For example, national electoral regulation provides as a requirement to be candidate to be a representative or a senator and not being condemned because of a public crime, violence against women. So the logical consequence should be the restriction of the political right to be voted and not to grant this registration to those that have these firm rulings that because of violence act, at least in the following electoral process. Nevertheless, the regulation has not been that. In this way, it seems that it is not enough to adopt regulative frameworks if the message that women are receiving by applying it is that it continues to be very difficult to be a candidate and to exert their power once they are elected, because they're just with their presence they can trigger violent reactions in order to force them to retrieve from the public life. These actions are a very serious threat for democracy because they hinder women to continue with their political campaigns or to comply and fulfill their positions. Along these lines, electoral processes and the compliance of the constitutional principle of gender parity are canceled or annulled by all these actions. That is why, as I said at the beginning, it is indispensable to continue boosting and driving actions that contribute to the construction of an egalitarian society for everyone, because cultural trends are consolidating the parity as a risky topic in such a way that before formal progress, we also have some backsliding or backtracking in the women representation. The presence of women in the political scenario allows to revert this inertia. Maybe if the United States court would have been or their member would have been in a parity manner, the ruling should have been different. And according to my point of view, the presence of more people, more women in politics not only promotes their political and electoral rights, they also reduce the asymmetric relationship in both genders in the public and private sphere that it's still remaining there in the whole region, creating inequality, exclusion, practices that are hindering the exercise of all the rights of women, political, economic, and social rights. So, regarding the electoral bodies, specifically during the elections, the gender parity principle and the right to the substantive equality are still a desire that should be pursued through different actions. For example, in order to have a candidacy, the INE and all the electoral local institute should continue to have measures in order to have this trend of parity in the executive and the legislative branches. It is quite important to have affirmative actions in the 32 states that allow to reach gender parity in the municipalities, because in these charges we have more deficit of women representation. Too, it would be necessary to assess for 2023 and 2024, where we are renewing some of the major ships, for example, gender alternation and the participation of women according to the state context, in order to increase in a substantial manner the representation of women in the municipalities. Additionally, another challenge would be in the parity access of women to all the popular election positions. For this, it's necessary the political parties draft some internal strategies in order to guarantee parity from their internal selection processes, including those that have to do with the unipersonal charges or positions that have been set aside. And even they have pointed out that parity was not applicable to them. And for this, they should take into consideration electoral competitiveness criteria. When in administration, it is necessary to continue having networks to coach women in order to monitor that their rights are not breached. Now, regarding political violence against women, like with the substantive parity guarantee, we should strengthen the legislation in this regard, specifically inside the political parties, in order to build strategies which are a baseline to prevent and eradicate this phenomenon. In INE, for example, it is pending for some political parties to approve a comprehensive reform in order to adjust their basic documents, taking into consideration this political violence against women because of their gender. And finally, in this subject, it is necessary to trigger institutional synergies in order to contribute to continue with the spirit of this reform and to set effective sanctions and punishments that convey a political cost to those that are breaching the laws. And also, they need to set forth the timeline in which they should remain in this position. Mainly, they need to exert the right to be voted in that national registration. In a reality where it seems that women and their rights are not important, where we tolerate machismo and the frontal attacks to women, it is very important and critical that all the authorities of Mexican state continue to trigger and drive actions that protect ourselves without having a backtracking, without taking into consideration that all our rights have to be a progress and not a backsliding. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia, for your important insights and for meeting with our time. So now we are going to give the floor to Carolina. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. It is a great pleasure to be here with you. And I would like to thank you also, as well as my colleagues, to INE and to the other institutions that are organizing this summit. It's a great pleasure to share this table with my colleagues because I admire them a lot because they are very committed to women and in a professional and in a personal manner with equality and gender parity. I would like to give you some insights in these few minutes, as you have, as my colleagues have mentioned. I would like to share with you a brief regional view on the contexts that we have in Latin America, and specifically on some aspects that precisely are allowing to achieve the progress or that they are hindering progress regarding parity and the eradication of violence against women that are part of the political life of their countries. Now, regarding parity, it seems to me that what we need to take into consideration on the progress that we have been having in our countries had to do specifically with the design and the specific rules of the electoral regime of the gender, that when it is effective, when it sets forth whole and sound measures, really drives the descriptive representation, I mean, access of women to the positions specifically in the legal arena. The analysis that we have done in Latin America with this huge and wonderful team that we have conformed regarding the political electoral subject, we have been able to identify that between 1991 and 2022, more than 45 reforms were passed in the 17 countries that we are studying. Currently, our databases are pointing out that all the countries except for Guatemala and Venezuela have a positive measure to drive the political representation of women. And even Venezuela has some measures that were set forth through the jurisdictions. As Mari Carmen was mentioning, we have a framework to consolidate the parity. We also have several international instruments, agreements that are aiming to the need of transitioning from the quotas to parity, that we need to understand not only as a mechanism to apply to the position, but a new look to political representation that looks to transform the relations that we have in our society to have equality among women and men. Currently, several countries in our regions had passed the principle of parity for all the candidacies. We have Argentina, Bolivia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Honduras, Mexico. Costa Rica and Peru. So all these changes and more than the 45 reforms in these several decades where we are having these trends have allowed us to go from 9% that in average were women in the position of parliaments in our region from 1990 to a percentage of 33.6%, which is the regional average. And let's pay attention to this, is the higher average, speaking globally, we are in our region, we are the top one in our region in these changes. So what we can see with those huge progress that we have had in the region, but also from other cases that we have seen that are very concerning. For example, there are 10 countries in Latin America where the political representation of women, it's not even at the 20%. So when we analyze those cases, the success cases and also the constraints cases of the political participation of women, I think that we have to pay attention of three things in order to understand these dynamics and to understand what should we do from the side of the legal authorities in order to increase parity. In the first place, regulations and rules are important, but not all the rules are created the same. I mean, there are strong and sound rules that guarantee, and Katia was referring to this in her initial presentation, that guarantee that women are nominated for all these candidacies, that they are in the places with effective possibilities to be elected, not only at the end of the list, where they set forth rules and effective sanctions that are compelling the parties to comply with the measures that are adopted under the legislation. So that's why it's important to have rules, regulations, reforms, because reforms precisely in this learning and perfecting process allow us to create more effective rules. Also, the authorities matter because we need electoral authorities with the powers and the capacities in order to act and to react, in order to supervise what the political parties are doing, how is that the political parties are working and abiding by the design measures, and of course, the force that are making capable to make this mandatory for the parties. And finally, we also need activists and the political personalities that are committed to gender parity. We've seen in several contests in the region, we have documented several investigations about the incidents that women demonstrations and movements, the political women, not only by driving reforms, but also questioning the political parties and addressing the matters when they are not abiding by this regulation. So this matter about progressing of women and the participation has not taken to a context that my colleagues was mentioning, because there is a violent reaction to the increase of women presence in the political arenas. It seems that those that feel the unique owners of these arenas and the spaces try to hinder the presence of women and using violent participation. This is a global phenomenon, not only for Latin America. The information of a survey of the Interparliamentary Union are saying that 82% of women that have a political position have been part of psychological violence, and 44% received threats of death threats for them or their family. So this is a global phenomenon which requires a very important care and attention. And the increase of violence have to be read in a very complex manner, because the data with which we have, which is quite limited, we have contexts where the channels to report and to complain are very, very few. Many of them decide not to complain or to file a complaint because, you know, there is a huge cost to all of these because they are in the public space, in the public eye, or they feel that the existing mechanisms are not effective enough to protect them from the fact or from the consequences of that complaint. So we are, of course, in a context of a greater visibilization of the phenomenon, even though all these hindrances, we are speaking more and more about those experiences in a more open manner that I insist they are global, they are not new. We have them more and more because there is more people in politics, there is more openness to talk about these topics, but this is something that has been from the beginning in the political participation of women. We can say it in a very upfront manner. And of course, we have to also be very attentive of the fact that our countries in Latin America are typically highly violent countries and with a high political violence. And this creates the right to say it in some way scenario so that women are facing violence or certain mechanisms of certain type of violence that we are seeing are quite linked to this phenomenon. In our region, in the last years, we have had some progress in the legislation on political violence against women, where we are trying to acknowledge and typify this phenomenon through certain mechanisms to be attended. Nevertheless, in an investigation that we've done with Flavia Flevinger, we can see evidence that there are several complexities in this legislation. At least I identified three, which are conceptual. I mean, what do we understand as violence? What do we understand as violence or gender-based violence? Is it, I mean, not all the violence that women are facing in politics is because of the fact that they are women, or that even that violence that it's not because of their gender, it's just because they are part of the political party that is the opposition, etc. I mean, even though there's the way that women are breached or violated, I mean, violence that are suffering women is different from that is suffered by men. It's much more sex-oriented, for example, in the social media, the public exposure of, I mean, women more than in men. We also have some complexities that have to do with the investigation and sanction regulations of this phenomenon. We have several constraints by identifying the responsible for all these crimes. And as I was telling you before, as Claudia was telling you before, it seems that maybe the progress that Mexico has had along these lines in order to look to inhabilitate the sanctioned people because of the gender-based violence seems that it's going to start working as a dissuasive mechanism because these complaints and these fines are not very effective. And we have the third complexity that has to do in how to repair this damage, because many times they are hindered to have access to this position, or they are not able to do it. So how are we going to remedy all these damages? It's not so simply because of the characteristics of the electoral processes. What we've found is that there are very important differences between the systems in different countries of the regions that have legislations on political violence. And we have a case of Mexico that Councilor Zavala, Councilwoman Zavala explained, that has to do with a very stringent legislation and very, very near to the inter-American law. But we also have some other countries, like, for example, Ecuador and Panama. But most of the countries that have this kind of laws have very weak laws like El Salvador, Paraguay, Peru, etc. And this is hindering a lot institutional coordination, the depification of violence, the protection of victims, the remedy of the damage, and the sanctions to those that are responsible for this violence. So this is telling us that there is an important resistance in the region to acknowledge and to address political violence against women, that it is necessary and urgent to strengthen the legal frameworks more than the ones that we have right now, and it is necessary to strengthen the institutions and their capacities in order for them to be effective to protect women and to eradicate this phenomenon. With this, I would like to set out three ideas, three general conclusions of all this matter. First of all, it seems to me that sometimes we forget that the violence is structural. Violence that women is implicit in the structure of our societies, and it is present in all the arenas of our lives and our political life. I mean, political violence cannot be separated. We cannot understand it as if it were something that is unlinked to what's happening in a school and at home and in all the areas in which we are. And this fragmentation, that violence that happens with the legislations that are addressing specific types, maybe that's not the most effective way to address them, but we have to look at how to understand all the linkage of those all violent acts. Second, violence that we are facing is a reflex of the inequality that we have in our society. Our societies continue to be hierarchical, very generalized in all the aspects, and this is precisely what is authorizing or allowing to have violence present against women. And finally, I think that besides strengthening all these frameworks, we have to strengthen the legal frameworks, the institutional capabilities in order precisely to promote parity, but also to promote political policies that have to be comprehensive in our society in favor of gender equality. As Mrs. Zavala was mentioning, we need to look for that parity and to create an egalitarian society, not only in the electoral matters, but we also need to do this in the other fields, because I insist everything has to do with it. And the progress that we have achieved in the political sector are very fragile. Meanwhile, we do not consolidate them, and if they are not or going together with mechanisms that allow the deep transformation of these gender these inequalities in our society. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to share with you.
Como hemos escuchado, se plantea una problemática.
Thank you very much. We have a problematics and from several points of views. For example, something that is structural, not only for democracy, but for all these limits and deficits that you are expressing.
And this establishes the conditions in exerting the rights of women. What I'm going to do is make some remarks of the elements that have been proposed to then be able to have a Q&A session with our panelists. Mari Carmen has expressed with full clarity and regarding challenges, the role that OAS has, especially in the incorporation of gender perspective in electoral observation and everything that has to do with recommendations for the states and for the electoral processes regarding generating conditions of higher equality. And we talk about three problems that we should always take into mind when we want to implement actions to close gaps and to face this inequality in politics. And we heard trends that, first of all, are linked to fostering the reach of equal representation, and that has to do with the progress and meeting parity, going from quoting to having parity of representation at a regional level. So what happens to be able to make these quota systems effective, to be able to talk about having parity of representation, but we also want to make sure that its representation be effective. And this has to do with barriers and obstacles of gender that are not allowing for equality conditions truly be effective. And here, everything that has to do with the possibility of discussing incentives, the strengthening of equality of gender within political associations, or what has to do with the obligations of the political parties in regards to how they distribute financing or funding for campaigns. A third element that has also been mentioned by our panelists has to do with all the issue of gender-based violence against women. And this is an issue that has to do not only with the role of political organizations or electoral bodies, but also as a discussion that has to do with the effects of violence in political participation of women. And it says something that's very important to mention that has to do with backsliding that has had an impact during the pandemic, and how media or social media has become an instrument that also fosters political violence against women. Mari Carmen also talked about the importance of discussing and generating a connection between parity and intersectionality, taking into account parity and women. Sometimes women are seen as a common thing, and this intersectionality also has to take us towards a discussion of having parity of representation and recognition of diversity of women, because we also have other mechanisms of power that exclude and discriminate. So following this line of thought, we must approach this problem with a perspective of parity, just like Mari Carmen mentioned. Claudia made a reference to everything that has to do with progress in Mexico regarding not only the approval of parity in everything, but also reforms regarding political violence. And we can also clearly see the role that the institutions have played and this synergy that has come forth, taking into account the role of electoral institutions when applying these regulations. The progress of parity is quite clear in terms of how the legislature comes together, the executive branch, and those positions that are elected. And we also see that more and more women are in these positions now. However, she also talked about the challenges regarding the application of these new rules at local levels and and the levels of inclusion of women in different positions and how we can face challenges in local scenarios regarding the application of these regulations of parity in terms of its effectiveness. We would say that it's horizontal parity applied in these levels. When we talk about violence, the role that can be played or that the judiciary has played in terms of ensuring that these regulatory instruments in terms of political violence also have a legal framework. But we have to see how we can go forward despite this progress to be able to guarantee the rights of women to participate in politics free of violence. This is a mechanism that is used to reject the inclusion of women in spaces of representation. And we also heard about the challenges that have to do with the roles of the electoral bodies in candidacies. Also, the effective adoption of affirmative action for women, as well as the work with political parties regarding internal selection processes for the appointment of candidacies. And it has to do with this element of unipersonal candidacies. She also talked about the need of having networks of support for women who are in political positions to make sure that their rights are not violated. And also, there should be support for them. Now, regarding violence, she also talks about the challenge of strengthening the regulations in political parties to generate mechanisms not only of deterring, but also addressing any type of violence against the rights of women, as well as the institutional synergy so that the electoral institutions can have effective sanctions in the protection of the rights of women, but above all, in terms of violence. And she also highlighted the fact that rights can be conquered and that the US gave us a reference in terms that you can also have backsliding. That's why it's important to always be fighting for these rights to avoid backsliding in the region in terms of guaranteeing our political rights. Carolina, on her behalf, presented a very interesting context and a regional perspective regarding the reach of parity, as well as the analysis of the legislation on violence. She has highlighted what it has meant to be to adopt rules in gender violence, and she has highlighted how we have modified the regulations in our region. We're talking about more than 25 reforms of affirmative action to ensure the inclusion of women. And this has been result of the mobilization of women's organizations. And she also talked about the path that we are going down in the region regarding quota for parity, and how it's also necessary to understand and discuss and go forward in the needs of generating structural revisions. Yes, we have had progress, and it's very important. We have gone from 9% of representation in the 90s up to 33.6% of women representation. So this talks about a democratization of our representation, and we can see that this is the path that we should follow for parity and that we should reach it in all of the region. Likewise, she said that we should have 3 lines of action to be able to go forward in the context of parity. The first action has to do with rules and reforms. They are important. They are substantive in generating progress. However, they are not all the same in the way they are created and applied. So we must also work so that these mechanisms can reach political parties and political organizations. She also talked about the role or challenge of electoral authorities regarding the competencies that these authorities should have to be able to supervise political parties and guarantee that the rules are met, that the rules are enforced regarding quota and parity. Another substantial element in this oversight of gender equality is the need of strengthening and working on the process of transformation that we have in democratic terms towards the work with activists who can have an impact in having reforms, but likewise will allow us to have follow-up with political organizations and also with electoral bodies so that they can meet their competencies. If we talk about violence, I won't talk much about this, but we can also see that she talks about the importance of having a view of this phenomenon and to understand that it is increasing, and to also state that the reporting mechanisms do not exist or not effective in protecting women, and to also approach what it means for a woman to make a report in terms of cost, not only for her political career, but also what this can represent inside the organization or political party, but also regarding the performance in her position. So Carolina invites us to think about the issue of violence as an issue that is structural and that reflects the inequality among men and women that are mediated in a system that is discriminating, but above all that has situations of power that are expressed through violence against women. I would like to highlight these points, even though, of course, each intervention has been much more ample regarding these points. And I would like to now propose a round of 5-minute interventions on behalf of each speaker, and approaching it from the perspective of substantive parity. And based on the presentations made, I would begin with Mari Carmen, and I would ask you to talk about this perspective that you proposed regarding parity with a perspective of intersectionality. I think it's important to go into further detail in this topic so that this debate on inclusion can also allow us to generate measures, and you have shared recommendations so that the recognition of diversity can also have a plural inclusion of women in our various identities. So, Mari Carmen, could you please go into further detail on this topic? And I would like to know about your perspectives regarding the recommendations of the electoral observations. So, Mari Carmen, I give the floor to you. So let's begin with this reflection. Thank you very much, Katia, for the summary and for the question. If we talk about intersectionality, it's a topic that has to do with this comprehensive vision that we should have regarding parity and regarding participation of women in political life, because we see it as a collective activity regarding a need of understanding diversity as a reality and the opportunity that we have of bringing forth these voices for democracy, for participation of all men and women. This entails an understanding of the circumstances that hinder certain groups or populations to have access to mechanisms of training, of education, of funding to be able to have participation in politics. Part of education as citizens, of promoting, of encouraging democracy as a goal for all. So we have to sow these seeds that feel they are not part of this reality. We have to see this with the possibility of having access of leadership, because that's how they feel that they weren't included. So the recommendations regarding the generation of gender units would have a capacity within the context of women of identifying in a transversal way the participation of women. For example, just like I mentioned before, of women that have some kind of disability, of women that are part of indigenous communities, or women who are Afro descendants. So I think it's very important to begin to foster both the generation of information of this differentiated perspective, as well as initiatives taken within these units to be able to identify the real participation of women in a more ample way. And this way, when we talk about parity, we can understand that this percentage of women that are participating truly be representative of all the women that make up the society. If we don't have this, we are missing in an opportunity of initiatives that truly will integrate the society. And I think this is so important. We have mentioned it, both Carolina and Claudia also mentioned it. We need to promote a democracy that is inclusive in a perspective of participation of all communities, of the whole society, to strengthen the society as a key principle. So I would say that that would be the road to take. And of course, inside the political parties, I think that when we talk about training and inclusion of activists is also very important, because there you identify leadership, people who have developed these trends and that truly can be the ones that will eventually aspire to occupy these positions. And I think that in the end, we see it in many countries of the region. We see a much more diverse participation. We see these elements of considering not only men and women, and we have to understand that we have a more robust participation of all areas of the society. So that is the line of thought, and with no doubt from a perspective of education, with collection of information that is differentiated and the generation of affirmative actions that will also be transversal, focused on intersectionality.
Muchas gracias, Mari Carmen.
Thank you very much, Mari Carmen. Claudia,
También un comentario,
you also
sobre
talked about
que aporta a la democracia esta participación, esta
how the
inclusión
participation and inclusion of women
con
contributes to democracy, and how this role of the electoral bodies that you have described from within the work that you carry out, how can incorporate this proposal of judging with gender perspective. What does this contribute in terms of the institutional role for the protection of political rights of women and of the right of living free of violence? Could you elaborate on this? Because Mexico is a reference that is having a lot of progress in the region, and they are very important on how the institutions are meeting or can generate proposals to guarantee political rights of women. Would you like to build on this topic, please? Thank you very much, Katia. I think that everything that has been mentioned is so important. We began with Mari Carmen talking about diverse women and their political participation. I think that as electoral authorities, we must understand each one of the contexts, and we have to take on these differences to be able to work on substantive equality, because as authorities, I think that we truly must keep our feet firmly on the ground. Of course, there are things that we would like to accomplish immediately, but the reality does not allow us to do this. For example, when we work with Indigenous women, we have to be very cautious regarding the way that we reivindicate the rights of Indigenous women with their own perspective, with their own voice, because there are certain contexts in which women say, you know what, this represents a larger burden to me. I have community collective obligations already, and I have my home obligations. And now I have to take on an additional role within the political organization. And this is a very important topic, because the focus of perspective gender that we must have is to be able to work on these realities. We have leadership. We have wonderful African Indigenous women that are naturally leaders, but we have to work with them so that it can be easier and that the activity of political rights have the necessary support, because we have to work on the structure that Caro was talking about. And we also have to have the support. So the relevance that I see is that we should not lose sight of the specific characteristics of the diverse groups of women and the diverse way they interact. What's relevant is that we must have women that can be full and to find the way that they want to be participating in politics. And we are judged as women, and it's based on the structures of men that are patriarchal and machistas. So what we have to learn is to work with all women in support and to promote their incorporation, understanding that they have their own ways and their own definitions. We cannot show up and impose. We have to define with them. That's a first step based on their specific reality. But another important aspect is that when women are in the contest or in a public position, We also have to work on the agendas that will allow for these positions to take place with a lot of strength, with lower risk, because power was conceived for men. And now we have to find ways of using power following the rules of the administration. And we have to have support there, generate legislative agendas, administrative agendas, strengthening of this leadership, as well as the competencies to take on these positions. And just like Mari Carmen said, it's transversal, it's intersectional, and it has to take into account differences with the strengths in how we are going to go forward. I insist the support offered as authorities of all authorities in the Mexican state have to be effective and right there. Like Carolina mentioned, when a woman has the dilemma of reporting violence, she considers it. She thinks about it twice, because socially speaking, she will have to pay a cost. But also in her family life, she also pays a cost. And if authorities are not effective and efficient in supporting her and protecting her, and we just leave her out in the lost places, she is going to be re-victimized again and again. So there is the relevance of never losing sight and perspective of gender to be able to work with each and every one of the issues we have. Thank you very much, Claudia. We continue with this discussion. Carolina, I would like to ask you if you could kindly elaborate on this perspective that you were talking about of political violence. You were proposing that we have to have regulations that will be effective. We have legislations that are weak. We have more than 7 countries that have these new legislations. However, we are not finding the way in which the application or enforcement of these rules will truly allow for guaranteeing the rights of women, but above all, that will allow us to activate protection mechanisms. And it's also what you were talking about regarding how are we going to amend those women that are being exposed to political violence. You were sharing the numbers that we could say that we don't have women who are exposed to different ways of political violence. You could say that there's practically no women that have not been exposed, and this is a very high cost. And since it's like normalized, women have been told if you want to be in politics, you have to withstand it. This is what it means to be in politics. So this is a discourse that puts women in a situation of violence, and they're practically making them responsible for the violence that they are suffering. So in that framework, Carolina, if you could kindly elaborate on what we need, not only in the legislation and with political parties and electoral bodies, so that the protection of women in the face of violence be effective, so that we can truly strengthen our legislations and to truly protect our women and also sanction those violators. So Carolina, the floor is yours. So please elaborate on this topic.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Katia, for all your comments. I would like, first of all, to annotate something because it seems to me that it's quite complex to study the application of the standards in this field. As you have said, there are so few complaints that it's difficult to have a more comprehensive overview, and we have to acknowledge that there are very few data published in some countries. When we study some fields, when we try to study violence cases, it's not that there are no data, but there is no way to have access to the information. How many were there, before whom they were filed, etc., if they were sanctioned or not, if they were punished or not. So there is a huge challenge that what you precisely were saying, because we have to be very careful with the personal information. We need to have very lots of necessary measures in order to see how to publish this information or not. But there is an issue that we have to say, and this is difficult. This makes it difficult for us to make a diagnosis. So what we can see as of all the complaints of women, when we talk to them or through the media or in the social media and the feminist organizations that are trying to protect women, there is when we can have some information that allows us to be more in context. So moreover, the legislation or the laws that has lots to do yet, what I think that what we are lacking on the one hand, and mainly in a fundamental manner, is to have a more dissemination of the information and the routes and ways where women are able to complain or to file their complaints, because many times they are not very clear on the instances that they are able to use, or what kind of evidence of proof they should provide. So we also have to understand that there is a very difficult situation. And then how am I going to compile all this information in order to file my case, etc., etc. So I mean, we think that we need to create also awareness, because for many women it has become natural. It's like we have to stand out here. It's happening to everybody, so we have to be here and be strong and stand it or bear it. And many times you don't realize that you are facing a violent situation, and even more in politics. So there is a huge opportunity here for the government, for the organizations, for women organizations, in order to create awareness and help women to be alert and to identify when this is a normal situation and when it is not a normal situation, and they are facing situations that they need to file a complaint about this. I think that we need more networks of lawyers, because I think that electoral matter has some specificities that are very important, and the difference between that one and other and some other fields of the law, precisely this that has to do with violence, to be able to prove it, to be aware of it. I think that we are missing some lawyers that are able to coach women in their complaints, so that they are successful. And regarding the citizens and all the people in general, we need to be more aware. We need to be stronger, and to stop normalizing it. I mean, and to push this kind of people, and that to complain against these people that are acting violently. And if you allow me, in the intersectionality arena, because I think that we need to look it on the other hand. because we speak of this when we speak about women participation, but what happens with men? It is as if we were assuming that the men representation is perfect, very well achieved, intersectional, that or cross-sectional, that all men are represented within the representation that they represent. But exactly the same that when the merit was an argument to prevent these parity issues. I mean, yes, women have to be prepared, but what about men have to be prepared, right? Because not necessarily we have the context where we have all men that were getting to these positions, were very educated, they had the best experience, etc. But this was demanded to women only. But now we are in a similar context where we demand that women representation is cross-sectional, and of course it is important that we have to have a progress in this, but I think that we also have to give it a look on the other or to the other side of the coin. How are men represented? Are well represented them? I mean, how all the collective groups are well represented? I mean, don't close it, or don't don't just look at women and this, but we also have to be even to both areas of the representation, men and women. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you. And we have a last round. We have very few time, but we are going to address some of the questions that have been posted on the chat. And I am going to keep with the same order. There are two questions that I would like to share. And these are for Mari Carmen. Which are the main recommendations regarding gender in the OAS missions? And what do you think, or how have you identified the effects of the pandemic in order to continue progressing in parity matters? Please, very short interventions. The questions are very long, but if you have some remarks to start our last round, please. Well, in a very brief manner, taking into consideration, I mean, I am in agreement with Carolina 100%, and I think that we have had very ample movements regarding civil rights. So undoubtedly, this is a huge opportunity to elaborate on these conversations. Now, regarding the recurring recommendations, I made some in my intervention. The fact of measuring what we believe in the different countries. I mean, we have to include the measurement, the quotas, the parity, because the parity is the final goal. But we know that we are in different levels in all the countries. Funding, the creating awareness regarding funding for women, the creation of organizations or unities. I know that all along this pandemic, we have continued deploying missions, and this is something that is showing that from the organization, I mean, the structure from the first days of the pandemic, we continue working on this. And on the other hand, democracy is not going to be stopped by anybody. I mean, it continues evolving, and after pandemics, maybe those reviews or the analysis that we do of the reports that are arising from the elections that were performed during pandemics are going to give us very interesting results regarding women participation, because we always see that it's like a pyramid. And during the pandemic, we saw the same. Women were supporting from the bottom, and I think that there are elements that are quite interesting. And we are still in a pandemic era, but we have continued working with the missions. Thank you very much, Claudia. A question. Have you identified political violence, gender-based political violence by different groups, and not only by women groups? And if you would like to make any comments to close your intervention? Yes, of course. What we've identified is that gender-based political violence is coming from very different areas and sectors. There are lots of types of violence and the agents that are promoting violence. So in the Mexican states, what we try to do is always to have the optics and the perspective to attack symbolic violence, institutional violence, economic violence. And for example, I'm going to tell you, at INE, we are already working in what Mari Carmen was mentioning. I mean, the how to check and verify that the resources that men and women have through the campaigns are egalitarian, because typically they have, women have no resources. So we now check if they have even the situations that, equitable situations, and the candidates are appearing in a proportional manner. So I would like to tell you as a conclusion that we need to create a collective commitment. A collective commitment not only to drive these actions that are leading women to compete and to exert their positions, but also for them to be able to exert their positions and under optimal conditions, so that they can show that they are good leaders, that they can fully exert their leadership and to make the proper decisions. And for this, we need this collective action. We need a group of women and men that, as democratic people, we believe that the society is built upon a diversity with which we have to work with and to be aware of and address from the legislative part, but also from all the sectors of the state. Thank you very much, Claudia. Carolina, I have a question that says, how can we reach parity in directive positions of public institutions where in fields that are not or positions that are not elected by a public election? And how can we make effective this parity for all our countries? And of course, your closing remarks, please. Yes, thank you very much. Well, it seems to me like Mexico is the one that is the leader. Mexico, since 2019, they have approved a constitutional reform called Parity for Everything, which is making mandatory for all the bodies, not only the election bodies, but all the bodies, for example, that they are those that are arising from the executive or whatever, and the autonomous bodies are integrated in with parity. So with this kind of constitutional principle and law, what we have to do is that the appointment process for these people that are going to be part of this body, we have to have some specific mechanisms. Like, for example, we have done this, and the INE has done this for the electoral councils of the public or bodies in Mexico, when for example, if a woman is leaving the position, a woman has to enter the position, how many places or seats have to be occupied by women, and if these are the positions that are specifically for women. I think that this is the pathway that is the most simple to implement, but I would like to say also that it has to go hand in hand with and that's my most frequent discourse always, as I insist that public policies that are reverting this gender inequality in all the fields, because what we are building in politics is very fragile right now, and it's not going to be strong, permanent. It's not going to be rooted if we do not link it with transformations in other sectors. So this is a call for all the legislators, but also for the civil organizations, for the feminist movement and women movement, that we have to reflect not only, we have to push not only politics, but we have to push on all the other fields, which is necessary to create equalitarian society. Thank you very much for your question, for the opportunity of learning from you and to be with you in this forum. Thank you very much to all of you. Well, we have exceeded for some minutes our intervention, so I would like to reiterate my thankfulness for all of you. We are going to close the panel. I think that we have had very important reflections, and I would just like to say that this debate is not a debate only for women and made by women. This is a debate on democracy, and on a democracy that it's not only inclusive but equalitarian, where women and men are able to participate for all these democratic challenges. And women are setting on the table this perspective of democracy, parity, substantive democracy, that we expect that it would be a part of all the discussion arenas in our region. Thank you very much to all of you. And with this, we are closing our first panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katia. Thank you very much to Mari Carmen, Carolina, and Claudia for your great interventions. We are going to have a 10-minute break, and we are going to resume at 11 a.m. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Muy buenos días tengan todas y todos o buenas
Good
tardes.
morning, everyone. Good afternoon, depending on where are you connecting today. Today is Thursday, June 30th. We are in the third day of rounds on the summit on electoral democracy in the Americas. 18 organizations have driven a movement to strengthen and reflect on electoral democracy in different parts of the world. And for this, we have scheduled 5 regional fora. Europe was held on 8 and 9 June. We are in this very moment on the Americas Forum. And for July 25th and 26th, we are going to be in Africa. 11 and 12 of August, it would be the Regional Forum of Asia. And in brief, we will inform to you on the Arab region, which is north of Africa and the Middle East. I would like to inform you that this regional foray have a global expression on September. We'll have a global expression in 21st and 22nd of September for the global summit, so that we can discuss on the conclusions on the perspectives and standpoints of the different regional foray. So thank you very much to all of you for your participation. And now I am going to give the word to Dr. Mónica Pachón, who is Colombian and professor of the Los Andes University. Thank you very much. Good morning, Manuel, and good morning to all of you, the attendees. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And I would like to appreciate all the organizations, specifically Gerardo, for the invitation to the OAS to moderate this meeting on the new preaching on electoral fraud and its implications for the integrity of elections. I think that this is a paramount topic, but we thought that it was overcame. But when we speak about electoral fraud before this decade, we were referring basically to electoral fraud in authoritarian systems. We were talking about electoral fraud in very precarious or poor administration election systems, where there were many discussions on the quality of the elections. Then the third wave was when more powerful electoral administrations were created and more independent, in order to achieve the professionalization and of the exercise of the electoral results in such a way that they provide the legitimacy to and trust on the electoral process. But it is unavoidable to think on electoral fraud now and not to remember the stress that Mr. Donald Trump created on the electoral results in some of the democracies that we admire more, and that we had an electoral cycle and an electoral administration, even though very complex, very consolidated, and this mistrust that the use of social media and circumstances that could be not systematic, or the creation of fake news, to question the foundation of democracy, which are precisely elections. If we do not have an electoral system well consolidated, well and sound, and we do not believe in the electoral results, the legitimacy of this government is going to be none. So these elections, I think that they are iconic along these lines, and effectively, they make us question the results, not from this mistrust where the relationship between the executive and the electoral administration in other systems that we are living on, where the presidents would like to remain in office, they would have that intent per se. But I think that it is quite interesting to see this set of electoral networks, sorry, social media, and this new story of electoral fraud in several of our countries. I think that it's also important to stress out that we've seen that in many countries, the electoral results end up being I mean, we elect presidents that are outsiders and they do not have a legislative field, or they have a very poor legitimacy, and the strategy is to question electoral authority. We've seen this in the case of Brazil, where effectively we've done or we've had, and they have imposed the formal questioning to President Jair Bolsonaro because he created the electoral fraud expectations in the country. And this is creating even more mistrust because, of course, the voters, which are the most important figure of the system, is creating this distrust on the electoral system and or this suspicion on the electoral system, and we do not believe, or we question this mechanism. I remember that in these seminars where we were always saying that we have improved the execution of the electoral process, but that electoral result doesn't mean necessarily that we have a less crowded and vulnerable democracies. So how is that this questions to electoral authorities, to the independence and the credibility of these results are impacting democracy? That's our topic today. We have some very important guests where we are facing a world where citizens are more and more protagonists, where an isolated news can become a national news just for the fact of this magic of a social network. And this obviously has an important impact then to recover the institutional independence, the institutional credibility, and mainly the democratic consolidation, which represents that symbol of accepting the results. So only to mention Venezuela in 2020, Brazil in 2021, the very intense discussion on the Bolivian election, and how not to remember the Colombian case, where we have just gone through some elections where the elected president, Gustavo Petro, has been the aim of many questionings after the results of 2 hours, and it seemed to have not many questions, not many reasons to question him. So this is today's panel. So we are going to give the floor to Mr. Gerardo de Icaza. Gerardo is the director of the Department of Electoral Cooperation and Observation of the OAS. So Gerardo, you have 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Monica. It is a pleasure to share this forum with other panelists. And I would like to take advantage of this forum and to say that it is a great honor to me to participate in this summit that in a very visionary manner and in a very positive manner has specifically organized by INE in Mexico, and also the coordination led by Manuel Carrillo. So my sincere congratulations for this series of events that are part of a summit for electoral democracy, which seems to me quite relevant right now in worldwide. And it speaks about the global reach that has the earned prestige for a long time by the Instituto Nacional Electoral in Mexico. The introduction that Dr. Pachon has made is very interesting, and I am going to apologize in advance because I am not going to refer to any specific country. I know that she's going to do it, and that's very good, and maybe other panelists are going to do the same. But I'm going to refer to the phenomenon itself of the fraud narrative. Some years ago, I wrote a paper on this, and while I was preparing this panel, I learned how much this narrative has changed and how it has evolved, but for the worst. One of the reasons why the fraud narrative is so successful worldwide, I will say, in the democratic systems, is first of all because there is a lack of trust in public institutions, and this is generalized. And those that are willing to use this fraud narrative are taking advantage of that lack of trust, and they are mixing any kind of things. Salaries, wages of the electoral authorities that have nothing to do with the fraud, with trust in an electoral process, for example. So this lack of trust in the authorities and in general in the public power, it's a cause and an effect of the narrative. I mean, it is on the one hand a way which is very easy to use to attack the electoral institutions, but it creates more mistrust in the electoral authorities. And once again, this is not doing any good to democracy. The second reason is how abstract is this word and this concept of fraud. When we are saying that there is going to be an electoral fraud, because many times it is said in the future. I mean, they are referring to it in the future. They didn't say there was a fraud. They say it will be a fraud. There shall be a fraud. Here it comes the wolf, which is fraud precisely. So what does this really mean? If we break down all this word of a fraud, what is going to happen? What does this mean? It means for the normal citizen, but basically that the candidate for whom I voted, which typically from this fraud narrative seen is the one that is inciting in this fraud narrative, is not going to win. I mean, I am going to be taken from my hands the opportunity that that person, that individual will become my leader. But they do not explain a lot. What does it mean? How are they going to do it? Which are the elements that they have to control, to prevent these things from happening, even in countries where there are several phases of post-electoral control, which are guaranteeing that it is very difficult to have an electoral fraud, or that there is independence, simply that we have. Some of the things that we've seen is that it is practically impossible that a fraud can be done, an electoral fraud in a country where there is an electoral authority which is independent from the government. This is practically impossible. Nevertheless, it is possible while the electoral authorities have been co-opted. Now, let's go back to the fraud word. When we break down this concept, we are referring to three possible conduct or three possible scenarios. The first scenario is simply that there are mistakes, that there will be mistakes that are magnified, and this is fitting this fraud narrative. But be very careful. There is no electoral process that is perfect. Electoral processes are very, very thorough processes that have lots of previous procedures, and lots of things that may happen from the electoral logistics, the registration of the candidacies, and the electoral listing, where there might be some mistakes.
And these are fed from these mistakes. Some are minor mistakes, some others are not that minor, but many of them are just very minor mistakes. And they maximize these errors or mistakes. The second action has to do with harmful behaviors, deliberate behaviors that want to harm the electoral results. These also have a huge variety of actions that can fit within these harmful behaviors: buying votes, buying electoral IDs, rallying people to go to vote to voting centers, their own voting centers or different voting centers, the carousel, getting the polling stations pregnant. And some of these have an effect on certain locations, some others in higher levels. And these want to alter an electoral result. In a greater or lesser extent, almost in all elections, something like this happens. Like somebody's buying votes, they're rallying people to vote. There are minor irregularities. And obviously, the problem is when this becomes major, or aside from this, there are issues that truly can affect the results and are determining in forging electoral documents, having IT structures that are parallel. In these cases, of course, we are talking about major irregularities. And the third element that has an effect on this narrative and that has to do with these behaviors that generate not only a narrative, but in some cases, they can be very harmful for the electoral process. And it has to do with the manipulating of electoral rules. So first of all, there is already an imbalance. And there are some rules that benefit some stakeholders more than others. They can benefit those who have more money. They can benefit a political party in a certain zone more than others, or there can be a misuse, simulation of electoral rules. They disable candidacies for minor reasons, or they allow for candidacies that shouldn't be taking place. This manipulation of rules is quite complex. And all of these factors, I insist, are occurring in the region. In the last 10 years, where I have been observing elections, and we have the OAS observing 100 elections in a period of 10 years, we have seen these factors. But you can count them on one hand where you have seen these things in a determining way that affects the results of elections. These are very few cases, and they are available in all cases, and they have been seen and pointed out in the OAS. There are responsible parties of this narrative. And who are these responsible parties? And here is where you have the biggest change in the latest years. Because there have always been irresponsible candidates. And Obviously, if a candidate thinks they're not going to win, they want to cause doubt in the minds of the voters. And instead of saying, I lost, no, the conditions of the election made me lose. But what truly has changed are two things. First of all, that the narrative of fraud has been set up or installed in some governments, not only among candidates that win, but during their time in power. And that does not only generate a narrative that creates doubts in the electoral process, but it also creates an institutional conflict. It creates a conflict because that person is no longer a candidate. It's no longer a private entity wanting to be in a public position. We are talking about the representation of an institution itself that is attacking another institution. And these attacks also vary. They go all the way from personal attacks to the members of the electoral authority, as well as intimidation, threats, not awarding budgets, etc. We're talking about a series of attacks that also become the cause and effect of lack of trust in institutions. The other thing that has changed is the access to power, the access to non-verified information on behalf of citizens. And I would say that's not only the case. I would also say that there's a simulation of information that seems to be truthworthy. Good disinformation has a certain truth to it. Disinformation that is good has certain elements that can be confused as true. But with no doubt, what we do see today is an effort on behalf of citizens to compare sources of information and give them the same value according to their own political ideologies. And this doesn't only happen in elections. We're talking about, you're going to have 100 studies that say this vaccine works, but that the citizen that believes that the vaccine does not work will hold on to the study of some remote university without any scientific basis or done by non-specialists in vaccines to say, look, here I have source of information that validates my opinion. And it's very difficult to convince them that that's not the case. What can we do? And I'm going to talk about the other two responsible parties. You have the candidates. You have candidates that, like I already stated, want to generate doubt into an electoral process when they do not win. Well, I think that what we are seeing is quite positive, and it's the only reference to a country that I'm going to make, what is happening in the US. Measures are being taken of accountability, of responsibility in the face of a narrative of fraud. I think that this is something that we definitely should learn from in the region. Secondly, I'm sorry, this is the fourth, but the second of the tradition is media. And I will conclude with this. The responsibility of media does not only reside in giving you information, correct information, exact information, and all information that has some kind of news value. But there is also a tendency, and I would like to know what the other panelists think about this. There is a tendency that if a candidate confirms that there was or is an electoral fraud, the proof is not in the hands of the candidate. The electoral institution is the one that has to prove that there's no fraud. And I think the burden of proof is not in the right place, because media has the responsibility of questioning these candidates and say, or ask, why are you saying this? And get previous information, not wait later for the answer. They have to get previous information, learn about the electoral process, understand what guarantees exist. That's how I conclude my first intervention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention, Gerardo. I think that when you talk about the concept of fraud is very interesting. And when we see the reach of different types of fraud, and obviously the manipulation of electoral rules is a serious way of manipulating it, because it can truly have effects on the results and the preferences of the voters. And also, when you talk about the narrative of fraud, that is so fundamental and that becomes more problematical, because citizens have access to data, but they also can manipulate the data. The way the data is presented can be manipulated, and it does not necessarily generate a good and straightforward information that is read by the voters. Obviously, having more information is beneficial. However, we do see that it truly can be a double-edged sword, because we do not have the possibility of weighing the quality of the information that we are receiving, especially in moments of high competition and adversarialism among candidates. So, Gerardo, thank you so much. Now I want to give the floor to Tammy Patrick, who is a senior advisor to the elections program at Democracy Fund. She is an amazing expert in this topic. She has a lot of experience, and it's a great pleasure to be able to listen to you, Tammy. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. I have been having some internet connection issues, so I might that may surface, and please let me know, and I'll turn off my video to help with that. It's a pleasure to be here today. I will say that it breaks my heart to talk about these things that are happening in the United States, but I wanted to share with you my perspective on what we're seeing play out in our midterm elections this year, excuse me, based on what has happened in the past couple of years. So what we're learning in the United States is something we should have already known, and that is that democracy cannot be taken for granted. Our democratic norms cannot be taken for granted, because they can fall away in the blink of an eye. So it's important to realize when we talk about voter fraud that elections in the United States are very decentralized. We have more than 10,000 election jurisdictions. So our election officials in most cases are very local. They're in very small jurisdictions. In fact, 75% of our election officials serve only 8% of our voters, and 8% of our election officials service 75% of our voters. So there's a lot of urban voters, but there are a lot of election officials that know every single one of their voters or know their families. And that tends to tie back to this notion of fraud, particularly identification fraud or impersonation fraud. So this is a series of slides that I'd like to share because it tells us how voters in the United States have changed when and where they vote, and that has affected the fraud narrative. Excuse me, I'm getting over COVID, so I have a little bit of a cough, so my apologies. In 1996, the majority of Americans were voting at the polls on election day, and that's at the top. We had some states moving towards voting by mail, and a few states allowed voters to vote before election day. In 2000, more voters had more options, and that's why you see this little snow globe up at the top, because as voters are given options in voting, here's 2004, 2008, as they're given options in voting, like in 2012, they tend to fall away from that one single day. 2016 was no exception. As voters moved away from voting in person on election day, the fraud narrative has started to change and started to focus on voting by mail. This really played out in 2020, where more than half of our voters voted before election day even occurred. And because of the global pandemic, many of them took advantage of getting their ballot in the mail. But it's important to note that tens of millions of Americans have been having their ballot handed to them by their United States postal carrier, not a poll worker, for years and years and years. And one would think that that would make an impact on the fraud narrative in states like my former state of Arizona, where 60, 70, 80, 90% of the voters were getting their ballot by mail for the last 10 to 20 years. But yet that fraud narrative still managed to take hold. And the truth of the matter is that the 2020 election in the United States was the most secure, the most audited, the most observed, the most transparent, and it was the most litigated, but we had the highest number of voters in US history. So when we should have been really celebrating the fact that the 2020 election was not a super spreader event, it was not the catastrophe that it could have been. Unfortunately, that's not what we heard. And again, both in the former president's administration, his FBI, his Homeland Security, his Department of Justice, all told the president there was no fraud, it was secure. But these are what we often refer to as kind of the red meat of voter fraud claims, that there are dead people voting or non-citizens voting, people voting twice, people who aren't eligible, and that will somehow take away your valid vote because they're not eligible. And this plays out in the headlines. But what we know is that when voter fraud occurs, because it occurs, it's usually very limited. Here are a couple of examples of people voting their deceased mother's ballot. For some reason, it seems to always be the mother's ballot. And so there are instances of it happening, but it's one ballot or two ballots. It's minimal. What we do see, however, is a disproportionate prosecution of the fraudsters. So in these instances, these individuals who knowingly and willingly voted their dead parents' ballot were let off with minimal charges. However, in a state like Florida, where they had legislation and litigation around felon reenfranchisement, individuals who got their right to vote restored, but then it was challenged in court and the rules of the game changed back and forth repeatedly. Individuals that were confused in that setting, that registered and voted, but maybe had a fine of $7 that they had not paid, are being jailed for a year. And they are, of course, people of color. So this is where we see the systemic racism of our criminal system and of our jurisprudence really coming to play. And that's really problematic for a lot of reasons. But when we talk about fraud, it's important to remember that it's exceedingly rare in the United States. In fact, it's often cited, and it has been fact-checked, that more people are struck by lightning than commit in-person voter fraud. So these allegations are fraud, as we've heard, are used to keep people in their political bases, I often say, engaged, enraged, and donating. There is an incentive to continue this fraud narrative. Just in the last 2 years, we know that millions of dollars poured into Arizona for their post-election review. And I should be very clear, elections in Arizona have hand count audits. I used to run them. They have reconciliation audits to make sure there weren't more ballots than there are voters. So they had robust auditing, true and real audits for elections, but yet saw this as an opportunity to bring millions of dollars into the state and into the coffers of partisan actors. And every state in the United States has a law in place for candidates to have their day in court if there is in fact evidence that the election wasn't legitimate. But there was no evidence presented in any state that the election outcome should be in question. There were 62 federal cases and only one case where the was won, so to speak, not because there was fraud, but because the state wanted to allow voters in a global pandemic extra days to verify their signature, and the court did not allow that. So when we talk about undermining the legitimacy of the 2020 election in the United States, this was used, these claims of fraud, to introduce thousands of pieces of legislation in the states, extra legal reviews by partisan actors, like what I mentioned in Arizona, and the January 6th attempt to stop the electoral college vote count. And it's also resulted in increased targeting of election officials with death threats, with threats and harassment of their friends and family members, their staff. And we are seeing a mass exodus of professional election officials leaving office. In some states, it's as high as a third to half of their election officials leaving the profession. And this is, of course, in itself incredibly problematic. So because of the ongoing Select Committee's January 6th hearings, we now know that a former president of the United States attempted to pressure these professional election officials at both the state and local levels to change vote counts, to find votes, to reject legitimately cast ballots. In fact, whole counties worth of ballots, mostly in those urban centers, and send up a fake elector scheme to the Congress. All of these are highly illegal activities, and they're being well documented both before the January 6th committee hearings, as well as I believe we're going to be hearing about this more and more as it's uncovered. So we also know that that same president, and I'm very purposefully not saying names, that same president asked multiple attorney generals at his Department of Justice to declare that the election was corrupt and said, quote, leave it to himself and the Republican congressmen to do the rest. Now, thankfully, Attorney Barr and other attorney generals would not do that. They refused and instead went out and claimed publicly to the press that there was no substantial, significant fraud in the 2020 election. But that did not stop the narrative. And we know that these anti-democratic forces, both domestically, are being bolstered by foreign adversaries with the elevation of messages on social media. We know they have attempted to steal an election from a legitimate victor based on unsubstantiated claims of fraud. I've been doing this almost 20 years, and I never thought I would find myself talking about our elections in this way in the United States. And yet here we are. We, I think, sat back on our laurels, perhaps a little too much, assuming that our democratic norms would hold. Because this is the real threat to elections in the United States: the defrauding of the American people, the systemic degradation of the process, the undermining of voter confidence in the legitimacy of our elections, the attack of our election officials, as well as those professionals leaving the field. What we've seen even just in the last week or two in the United States is we've seen in New Mexico, county officials not want to certify an election that had been audited and found no problems. They found that all of the tabulation equipment worked perfectly, zero discrepancy, but yet the individuals on that county commission said that they knew in their heart, in their gut, that those Dominion voting systems couldn't possibly be true and accurate because they'd heard about it from the former president. So this is a post-fact era that emotions are overriding what we know to be real and true. Now, there has been some good just 2 days ago on Tuesday in Colorado. Tina Peters, who was indicted for her conspiracy theories and providing access to individuals who were not authorized to all of her voting systems. They put passwords and other things up on a screen at a big promotional event, for lack of a better term. So she lost. She was removed from office locally, but then was running for the Secretary of State, the statewide position. So not only are these people not being held accountable, they're being emboldened, and that's incredibly problematic. So sadly, I don't have a positive note to end a lot of this on, other than there is a good resource to kind of keep an eye on what's happening in the United States, and that's Election Line. Election Line is a accumulation of news reporting at the state and local levels, and as well as national, every morning by about 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. And it's a good place to kind of keep an eye on what's happening in the country and across the board. So with that, this is my contact information, and I really look forward to the conversation. And I'm happy to be here, but I'm very sad about the situation that I'm reporting back upon.
Muchas gracias, Tami, por esta excelente presentación.
Tammy, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. I think that the phrase you began with is so important. We should not take democracy for granted. We should not consider it as something that has already been consolidated. It's a story that's very difficult to tell, precisely because of the complexity of the elections in the US. And when you talk to students about the fact that elections are so decentralized in the US, it's very complex to understand, because in many of our countries, elections are very centralized, where counting is done with the same electoral ballots. And so we have all these different complex issues that are quite interesting, but they offer opportunities. Part of the idea of having one day for the elections instead of having other technologies that allow people to have access to the system and vote, for example, days before, and just like you showed us in 2020, are fundamental. But what is the cost benefit to this? And to the extent that you question the electoral system, I think that electoral authorities are doubting innovation precisely because they want to avoid this questioning. And we come to an extent, just like Tammy said in her presentation, of having public officers that are resigning, or they don't dare to even do their job. For example, like the case where you said that they didn't want to declare a winner because they're afraid, or they have a certain emotion, or they're like totally brainwashed, and they are under such a threat where they have to change jobs, because if they make a statement, it can represent a harassment, not only on behalf of the authorities, because we know that the figure of the president in the US was fundamental, but also that they can be threatened by citizens, friends, be threatened in social media, and they turn them into the enemies of a valid result. And it generates circumstances that are very difficult. So Tammy, thank you so much for this presentation. And thank you very much for sharing the information of the case in the US. And I'm sure we are going to talk a little more about this. I will now give the floor to Salvador Romeros. He is the Wide Idea International program head. And of course, he has been closely working with these observation activities and analysis of the democratic systems and elections throughout Latin America. So welcome, Salvador. And we are so happy to have you here with us. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Gracias, Mónica, y agradezco por la...
Thank you very much, Monica. I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this summit. When we saw the title of today's topic, which is the new preaching on electoral fraud, I think that it's important to be able to understand and to think about the novelty. Where are the new elements of these messages or of these fraud statements? Because it's important to historically understand which has been the discourses on fraud in Latin America. So what we can observe in this very wide, broad the visualization is that all these has been always included in the region. And of course that we can find lots of examples since the 19th century. Many of these statements were related with highly violent actions, coup d'etats, civil wars, etc., etc. And we have to stress out that many of these reports or complaints have a very sound foundation, because the result of those electoral results were advised, that the results were already determined, and of course always in favor of the individual or the group that was in office. So many of these fraud complaints had a foundation on reality. Now, with the return of democracy in the third wave in the 1970s, at the beginning of the 80s, the situation in Latin America changed. There is an improvement, an undoubted improvement in the quality of the elections. The quality of the electoral bodies improved, but this didn't imply the end of all these complaints, but all the complaints that have been focused on fraud, well, we're speaking about irregularity, the issues in Latin America, for example, in the 80s or in the 90s, even more over or beyond this. And we have to say that many of these irregularity reports were well-founded, and they were very important in order to drive the reforms in the different countries, which strengthen the electoral integrity, meaning that many of the changes that were done in Latin America for the good in the electoral processes arise from these complaints of irregularities. And there were, in parallel, some fraud complaints that have not disappeared by many of the candidates that were defeated during the elections, but they had truthfully an irresponsible character, and in the long run, they didn't have very strong consequences on the political system, because as some time elapsed, on some weeks, on some days of the electoral process, they were forgotten, and they were assumed, or the whole society assumed, that we were before or in face of an electoral process that was being carried out in a proper manner. So those complaints or reports were overcome. So We are going to try to explain some of the characteristics of this new scenario and only to mention some of the most recent examples. We can think in 2020, the United States case that have been already explained, Bolivia in 2021, Peru, Mexico this year, in Brazil, among others, among other examples that we have in the region and beyond the region. So which are the characteristics of these new fraud reports or complaints? First of all, these are campaigns that are aiming electoral bodies that have done a serious job an impartial job of work that have conducted clean elections. This is a work that has been endorsed by, and we can judge this work with impartiality, like for example, by the international observers, and in the countries that we know, by the local observer platforms. In this way, the international observers have said that they have been clean elections, proper elections, and they may be attacked as fraudulent elections or willful elections. This is one of the important changes before the past. So the second change is that this fraud or these campaigns of denouncing frauds, they start with very early phases in the electoral cycle. What I mean by this is that they are not always on the days around or the time around the elections, but they start previously and they embrace very important and core elements. Since they are aimed to disqualify the electoral body, or because these complaints are attacking some of the core elements of the process. It might be in a country, for example, postal vote. In another one, it could be electronic ballot box. In another one, the electoral listing. So we take some of these, or they take some of these elements, and they create, since a very early stage, some questions about the electoral process. So these are campaigns that are promoted undoubtedly by political stakeholders that create these questioning or cast doubts on the election, and they are also have an important role. They are influencers that are very active in the internet, and they do not have technical experience, serious technical experience in the electoral matters, but they use anecdotes and marginal comments so that, a quote unquote, they have a case for the complaint. And of course, it is not necessary for the political leaders to be always in the first line in these complaints of the frauds, because they try to keep alive in the social network all these complaints. The next element is that all these complaints are multiplied, maybe mainly through the social media that allow, as we all know, to have an exponential broadcasting of a complaint or an immediate broadcasting, which spreads out to very wide audiences in a very fast manner. It doesn't have filters, it doesn't have any kind of contrast, and it reaches populations and audiences that can be very broad. And we have to point out that these complaints that are proliferating in the social media, many times it's very difficult to find an institutional answer to them. I mean, to demonstrate that this accusation that is being made and to dismiss this accusation needs or is in need of a technical answer. And obviously the electoral bodies are under a difficult and complex situation, trying to disarm or disassemble these complaints. Another element, the one that is giving a new or a novel characteristics is that many of these complaints are coming from the government, questioning the electoral body and key elements of the processes. So which are the goals of those complaints from the government? Sometimes, eventually, to justify results that could be adverse results, but in other cases, the goal is to undermine the independence of the electoral bodies that are independent and try to cap them by discrediting the operation or the impartial and proper operation of these institutions by trying to giving it a color or a party, a content that they do not have. And the accusations coming from the government are very strong. First of all, because they have a media echo which is very broad. If the president is talking, if the ministers are talking, of course, this is going to have a huge media repercussion. So there is a huge echo to these complaints. And of course, when this complaint is coming from an official source, there could be several branches that end up by creating quite a difficult situation, because the government may have in some countries some legislative majorities that may create a legislative harassment on the electoral authority or on the process. And the other arm, and we can see, and we do not see this in all the countries, but in many, there could be a judicial arm that ends up by complicating in a very serious manner the authority or the electoral process with these complaints. So it is not only the government, but in several countries, it is the state apparatus that is against the process or against the electoral authority. And I think that these are some of the features that are that are described in a very short manner of the previous scenarios. And I would like to conclude with 3 reflections. The first one, my first remark would be, and the most important, of course, is that the bottom or the substrate of these discourses, these fraud discourses, is really in the real issue. And which is the real issue? The polarized societies. In polarized societies, we found out that half of the society is not able or is not willing to accept the result because they think that it is not possible, because it's absurd, because it is terrible how the future is going to be with this candidate in the society. And in this case, the rhetoric of fraud allows to hide in a fictitious and alternative world. And this is not a matter only for the political leaders. If these discourses are deepened so much in the society, is because the society is polarized and there is a half of the society that is not willing to accept the electoral result. The second reflection, this weakening of the EMBs and then the electoral processes arising from the fraud denounces or complaints are under a framework of stagnation and even a backsliding, a democratic backsliding or setback. And it's not going to be given in a democratic manner or approached in a democratic manner. So we can solve it theoretically from the standpoint of the electoral bodies or the technical answers or the communicational answers. We are facing a more general process of democratic backsliding, and this is one of the elements that in a very dangerous manner is weakening one of the central foundations of democracy. The possibility that the society is able to pacifically choose the succession in or to settle this change of office with including all the factors. And I will conclude with the third reflection that this is that we have the duty to be monitoring. There are some electoral processes that are really rotten, not only in the region, but out the region. And with these electoral processes that are vicious, are also protecting themselves under this the part that everywhere there are some fraud complaints and that they are false, but they are not in all the cases. And I think that we have a democratic duty to monitor, to follow up, and to say when a complaint has well foundations and basis, and to separate it from the rest, not to confuse it with this other complaints or fraud complaints that are not well founded and that are not well substantiated. I think that we are all responsible and we have the duty along these lines. Thank you very much, Monica, once again, and thank you for your kind invitation. Well, thank you very much, Salvador, for these final reflections. Afterwards, I'm going to ask you about this last reflection on the duty to serve of oversight. I think that this is an important dilemma, the way if we have issues on electoral fraud, and if we really need to have this duty to oversight, how are we going to weigh them so that we don't lose the balance or the equilibrium of to present these results? And besides, you are mentioning something very important, which is polarization. And I would like for you to elaborate a little bit if this is a political polarization or if it has to do with anti-system sentiments, people that is accepting institutions and people that are not accepting institutions, because we have in the right and in the left or in the different peoples, we have political preferences, and there is kind of a condition, it's conditioned to the results. So not necessarily we're speaking about a polarity that is the left is accepting the results and the right is not accepting the result, but in both places we have anti-system forces that are very important. And here is where we see how to question elections is not exclusive for one political ideology, but it has to do with the institutional trust in processes. So then now we are going to go to the questions and to a more deep reflection on your intervention. So I would like to ask Gerardo about this role of the media and the interaction that the media has with the social media in the discussion of these electoral fraud complaints. So which should be or which is the stand of these media, if we can differentiate the media, because of course there are some research that says that depending on the media, they have more or less responsibility in the replication of fake news. I mean, how do you see this along these lines? And if there are regulations that are exerting a control on the elected leaders and candidates, because they are a big part of the response, or they are responsible for this, or if they are making an echo on the news that are not necessarily general news, or that they are questioning the core of the election. So will you please elaborate a little bit more about this? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monica. Well, this is quite a difficult question because I think that we cannot speak in general terms. I think that one of the phenomena that we are seeing is that the social media are getting a feedback from the media, from typical media. This competition that was previously existing at the beginning is now like a coexistence when they give feedback to each other one. It's very common to see that in the news and television, they mention tweets that went viral, even though they are not the best or truthful tweets, to say it in a very clear manner, even though this is not positive for the electoral authority. Unfortunately, very, very few times, or maybe as an array of the news, if there is a tweet that went viral on a possible electoral fraud or a narrative, fraud narrative, the answer or the response of the institution, because electoral institutions are already responding in a better manner to the attacks by social media, we have to say this. And maybe they say, oh, okay, the electoral institution answered such and such. But the core of the matter is the viral tweet on the one hand, and on the other one, how they use the social media to broadcast news of the media. This is quite common nowadays, to see the news and take that news. I mean, if we are out of context or out of time, for example, yesterday that happened precisely. They took some declarations in your country of a former president that were declarations that were made previously. That's not a current news. So this is happening. But there is also another phenomenon, Dr. Pachon, is that the media are also taking in a more open manner this news, and the media have more of, or are more prone to talk about the ideology. And I don't know if this is in response to follow a more North American model, where very clearly Fox News on the one hand and MSNBC on the or CNBC on the other hand have been openly spokesmen of a political position, one in the conservative manner and another in the liberal manner, and they have seen that this is increasing the ratings. So we have right now media in some of the countries of the region that are clearly spokesmen of a political ideology. And these media are sometimes responsible with the truthful information, and they try to manipulate all the news for their political ideology. So I think that we are in times of tons of information, but that information, even though it is presented in a way that is objective and impartial, it is not. The truth is that it is not. And there is a whole debate on what's the truth, which are the facts. And I mean that this is the debate, technically speaking, as Tammy was mentioning, and your presentation was excellent, Tammy, by the way. This is not to say, I'm feeling this or my heart feels this. No, these are the data, the hard data. In this case, we have votes, numbers that could be proven. So I think that here is where we are facing a very complex situation, and that it's not of any good to democracy. I'm sorry, I don't have the solution to this problem. Maybe somebody which is smarter than me is going to have a solution. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is very interesting what you have just mentioned, that there is no, you say that you are no solution, but we see the journalists that are speaking personally saying, I'm not going to compromise anyone, but they themselves in that circle of that they are kind of a jury and a part, they seem to be responsible, but they generate two types of discourses where there is contamination between both. And I should add, Gerardo, and I will go to ask Tammy now, that the issue of the media is that, for example, it may be that the president is not going to attack the electoral authority, but he abandons the authority. So they are not protecting the authority. And if they know that they are doing a good job, they could speak about institutionality. They may defend institutionality. But if they feel that they are not popular, they said, well, they are independent, so I don't have anything to say. And there is no spokesperson that allows institutionality to be powerful, even though the attacks that they are facing because of this popularity, quote unquote, issue, because they are not giving likes. So what are they doing? Playing on the other court. I mean, that's the discussion. And another question that is coming from the audience is that you mentioned that there were more than 3,600 legislative initiatives that are looking to approve the modifications to the local electoral system in each one of those electoral constituencies. So how do you see this reforms? Would you be able to classify them? Are there reforms that are being proposed that are attempting against the electoral power and could be anti-democratic, like the one that you were mentioning of retrieving the political rights or decreasing the political rights of those that have lost their political rights and try to recover them, like in the case of the Afro-American community, in a condition of when they have lost their freedom or the political rights for some time? The floor is yours, Tammy.
Yes, thank you. Such great questions and so many things to talk about. So real quickly on the media front, one of the things that I've tried to do over the last few years has been to, to educate the media on knowing what's right so they can tell when something is wrong. So they can tell when they're looking at a social media post that's claiming for votes being switched on voting equipment in one state, to be able to say they don't even use that kind of voting equipment in Ohio or wherever it happens to be. So making sure that the journalists know what is accurate and true so that they don't perpetuate and accelerate the mis, dis, and malinformation. The other piece that has been of great concern in the United States around both the media and observers is that if you don't know what you're seeing, you're going to find what you're looking for. And what I mean by that is that if your intention is to uncover massive voter fraud in your local office and you see people marking ballots, you might think, I've uncovered it, I've found the body. When in reality, what you're seeing is the duplication of ballots that can't be tabulated for whatever reason. They had coffee spilled on them or what have you. So if you don't understand the system, you're going to find what you're looking for. You're going to find the body and, think of yourself as this great patriot, when in reality, you're taking things out of context because they don't understand this very complex system. So those are some of the challenges that we have with the media, the social media platforms, stopped taking down mis and disinformation around the 2020 election because they said that the election was over, so it didn't matter anymore. And that couldn't be less true. When it comes to the legislation, we have a variety of ways that the last couple of years have played out in the United States. So the coronavirus hit, and many states implemented laws just for the 2020 election. We had governors that took executive powers and implemented policies just for that election. And we had a variety of ways that the elections changed for the 2020 election. Some legislatures looked back at what worked really well, what the voters liked, what improved the efficiencies of the process, what could they implement and codify moving forward. So some states did that. The state of Kentucky, a fairly conservative state, changed and allows now for people to vote by mail or to vote early in person because their voters really liked that, and they couldn't do it before 2020. Other states said, nope, it was a one-time deal. We're going to go back to the way we did it before 2020. But even more states used this fraud
Y
narrative
estos estados
as a
usaron esta narrativa de fraude
jumping point
como
to
un
move
punto de
things back.
partida para
Sorry, I'm
retroceder.
hearing the translator at the same time. So they used that as an opportunity to scale back what's happening in their own states. And what many of the legislators did is they said, well, we can't be Georgia. We can't have what happened in Georgia happen in Iowa or happen in, insert the state name. But the truth is nothing happened in Georgia. They recounted the ballots by hand multiple times, and President Biden won. And so these narratives have been used even though they've been debunked. And that's part of the additional challenge here, is that we have some legitimate news sources in the United States that have taken fact-checking to heart and have embraced that role and responsibility in holding people accountable for telling lies. And the challenge here is that it's not salacious. The truth is sometimes not nearly as interesting as what people can fabricate in their own minds. Now, with an exception to that is that what our former president did, because that is the truth. And it is far more salacious, I think, than any crime novel I've ever read or thriller movie I've ever seen. The things that are being uncovered are truly beyond the grasp of what we thought could ever happen in this country. So what we need in this moment is to really ensure that our federal system, which is much less powerful in many ways than many of your countries, is still able to ensure that voters all across the United States have equal access, because we know that there are challenges with our Supreme Court in this moment. We know that our Congress is not advancing federal legislation, and the states are. And that's where we need to make sure that there's some uniformity in a very, very patchwork, disparate system.
Gracias, Tami. Me parece.
Thank you very much, Tammy. I think that this example is very interesting because there is like a discourse in which something happened, something bad happened. All politics is local, right? So sometimes we use examples that are lying, but they allow us to present bids, proposals that will then cause problems in elections, and to have a legitimate election and to facilitate participation of a great extent of the population. For example, in Colombia, when we were talking about going to an e-vote, we have a lay that says that we were going to have e-voting. And there were all these ideas coming up because of this, because It was impossible. And so we are not going to change anything. Elections go from 8 to 5 p.m. No, sorry, 4 p.m. There's no electricity and that's it. And even to ask the idea of having more hours for voting, everybody was like, no, that's fraud. You want more hours to vote because you want fraud. So any change that will allow more people to vote is seen as a attack on democracy. And then you do have attacks that are against democracy, and those are seen like the protectors of fraud. So it doesn't allow us to be more innovative as electoral authorities because we are worried about being questioned about absolutely everything. So, Salvador, would you be kind enough to tell us a little more about this idea of the interaction with the electoral authority and other areas of power? We have discussed a lot about that interaction that exists among presidents, harassing electoral authorities in the ways that Gerardo was mentioning, through budget cuts, attacking them personally, using ambiguous concepts that make it difficult to show your authority and legitimacy as an electoral authority. You were mentioning this interaction with judges and with courts. How do you see this situation? In Latin America, we talk about politics using the judicial system, but we haven't talked about the judicialization of the electoral process and this process in which you question elections, question candidates. What do you see in this interaction among courts and electoral authorities in these new trends of discussions of fraud? Thank you very much. I think this topic takes us back to basic characteristics that electoral bodies should have, and it should be focused on independence. Its autonomy and its independence should be regarding other powers. This doesn't mean that we will not have levels of coordination. Of course, these have to exist among the different levels of power to have an electoral process. However, this coordination must take place within a position of independence from the electoral authority in the face of these other powers, but also in the face of the political party powers. To have autonomous voice that will reflect the willingness of going forward with an electoral process that will be clean and reliable. Within this circle, of course, there can be correlations with other powers, judiciary powers, that is a little different than judicialization. And I will talk about them very quickly. For example, in Latin America, they have been giving more resources for the electoral bodies, meaning that a common element to guarantee the electoral process is through the introduction of figures that will allow for further guarantees of the processes through resources that the political actors have access to. A different dimension has to do with the intervention of other powers, the judicial power that is not linked to sentences, resolutions of the electoral authority. And here we are talking about a strong point of debate in Latin America. Because one of the principles that has worked correctly, and here we have to find the balance between good principles. On one hand, you have electoral authorities that have the last word in electoral matters and that they resolve and define, meaning a good principle has been very useful in Latin America. And others state that the electoral body and its decisions cannot be the last recourse, and that it's necessary to have the possibility of another actor being able to review the resolutions. These are two reasonable principles, of course, but when you try to combine them in practice, it becomes a little more complex. Then we have what I was referring to in my presentation, which is the use of the judiciary when this doesn't even have a true autonomy regarding the government and power, and it's turned into a branch for politics. And this is very different to a truly independent judiciary that can make decisions that can be shared or questioned. However, they know that these decisions are being made independent from the government and power. Instead, what we see is that you have a judiciary power that makes decisions based on the needs of the government and administration. And this is a threat not only to elections, but to democracy as a whole. Thank you very much, Salvador. I think that when you talk about these bodies that should be independent are clearly a complex issue in trying to maintain clear rules and to also establish results with which everybody will feel comfortable with. We are almost out of time in our panel, so I want to give each and every one of you 5 minutes to close and share your final insights. Like Tammy was saying, it's so important to understand what is fraud, to make a differentiation between what is fraud and what isn't. And we have to have citizens and governments that are informed, candidates that are informed, so that they truly understand when to raise a red flag of warning and when it's just a normal process. It's a whole challenge in these electoral systems, in which, like Salvador was saying, I think that the polarization is so strong and it's shared among the political forces. And this is what we're afraid of. Like when they're going to give you the results, if one political party wins, it's like, oh my God, if the other one wins, it's also, oh my God. So it's like not accepting the democratic rules on both sides. So now I want to give the floor to Gerardo, and we will follow the same order. Gerardo, you have 5 minutes to give your final insights. I would say that everything has been mentioned. I consider that this panel was very fruitful. I thank you so much for inviting me. What I would like to do is share 2 insights. First of all, this concern that narratives of fraud are not only being the narratives against the electoral authorities and against the electoral system or the electoral systems in general. What we see is that it's not only being seen in the campaigns, but we see that it becomes institutionalized when these candidates are now in power. I consider this of true concern because we are not only eroding the electoral system, but democracy itself. What I'm saying is that if we have an erosion, a backsliding without a proposal to change an electoral system in such a way that if there will be fewer guarantees than more, with a discourse of deceiving. And I think that's very complicated. We have seen this. So what is the alternative? I am not against electoral systems being improved. Just like Salvador said, I agree that in some countries, they have had backsliding not only in democracy, but also in the techniques of elections. There were countries that were resolving their elections in independent ways and without any issues. They would count the votes, they had an updated list. And now we see that due to lack of funding or technical capacity of the bodies or lack of independence or a series of other reasons, we are seeing electoral processes that are not only being attacked, but that they are backsliding and having more and more mistakes. That is a reality. And these feed this idea of the narrative of fraud. I am not against finding solutions, reforms to improve electoral systems. In fact, I think that the electoral reform should be a continuous activity on how to improve electoral services for our population using new technology according to the needs of the population, et cetera, et cetera. However, that is not what is being proposed when we talk about these narratives of fraud and power and in the electoral institutions. That is not the proposal. They are not proposing to improve it. They are proposing to destroy it. And I think that is very serious. I also think this is very complex, and I've already said it before, this excess of information, where they say whatever the electoral authority states regarding a fraud accusation has the same value as that of a tweeter. How can that be possible? How can there be the same level of trust in certain sectors of the population? In the electoral body, it's like a script because it really feels like it's a script. You see various narratives, the same narratives. What are they? The narrative of the pins that are erased. In all the elections, they say the same thing. Pre-marked ballots. The video of the day before, where you can see that there is fraud being created with IT. In all elections, almost the same thing happens. And then you have people, like Salvador was saying, that have no technical knowledge using these strategies. And it's like a predefined script in the whole region that does not only attack the electoral authority, but the electoral electoral institution as a whole. And more commonly, even electoral observers are being attacked. Thank you very much, Gerardo, for your final considerations. I now give the floor to Tammy so she can also share her final insights.
Well, thank you again for allowing me to participate in today's conversation. I think my takeaways here are that, we shouldn't let the fear of fraud, it really cannot impede access to the vote. Fraud is often used as a way to say that it takes away your valid vote because someone who was ineligible or someone who wasn't qualified voted, and that is impeding your rights as a citizen. But if we restrict the vote such that eligible citizens can't participate, that is just as problematic to the health of our democracy. I think we can't discount in this moment the importance of candidates conceding when they lose. What we've seen in the United States is that they will accept the results if they win, but if they lose, it's obviously fraudulent and rigged. There are certain candidates who don't believe they could ever possibly lose, and we all know that every election has losers and winners. And it's the case in the United States also that they will accept their own race down the ticket on the ballot that they won. So all of these legislators changing these rules and laws were on the same ballot as the former president. They were counted on the same machines. They are not questioning their own election. They're not counting the legitimacy of the equipment functioning properly in their race, just in the presidential race. So it's important that we get back to the norms of individual candidates. When they lose, they graciously accept that loss and move on. We also, I think in the United States, the thing that I come back to over and over again to give myself some hope in these rather dire times is that in this moment, voters still hold the power. And I say that purposefully because if the voters in this moment choose free and fair elections and pro-democracy candidates, and they vote for them and they turn out and they participate, we will live to see another day and be able to continue to improve our process. If, however, they believe the lies and they vote for election deniers and they vote for candidates that want to turn back the tide of all the advances we've made in our society, in turn things back to decades ago when people didn't have the right to marry and they didn't have power over their own bodies and they didn't have the right to move freely and they didn't have rights of privacy, and our indigenous populations didn't have sovereign control in their own lands. These are all issues that are being grappled with and are coming down in very dire ways of turning back the time. So I'm hopeful that voters understand the importance of the power that they still hold. My fear is that if they vote for election deniers in November in the United States and they put in positions of power at the state and local level individuals that don't believe in a free and fair election, that we will lose that opportunity. And that's one of the biggest challenges I think we face in this moment. And I'm just hopeful that we're able to reach enough Americans to get them to participate and understand really what is on the ballot this year in this country. So again, I tried to end on a uplifting, positive note, but the reality seeps back in. So I appreciate the conversation and being involved today. Thank you again for the invitation.
Gracias, Tami. Los votantes tenemos el poder aún.
Thank you, Tammy. Yes, voters still have the power and we have to use this power. Salvador, your final insights? Thank you very much. I would like to share some insights regarding the risks of these messages, of these narratives of fraud. And these entail risk for elections, for processes. And they disencourage citizens to participate. However, there are also institutional risks that subtract legitimacy to those who take on positions. These are like governments who are tainted in their legitimacy when we have these claims of fraud. But beyond that, they also have to do with an important risk to democracy. Democracy is based on a mechanism of consensus. It's the replacement of governments through an institutionalized and peaceful mechanism such as elections. The issue is that if we believe we where you have a certain group that accepts that their candidates or that the public policies that they wanted didn't have the necessary support. But there is an opportunity later on because there was a fair competition in which eventually we will be able to have access to government. What these fraud claims cause, and that's so serious, is that they taint the basic mechanism of democracy and peaceful living. It takes away from the society the conviction, the belief that we have won or lost a competition that is fair, that is impartial. So, and this takes me back to the initial point where we began with our long history in Latin America, which is a history of elections, but also of claims of fraud and violence. In the 19th century and the 20th century, these claims were justified. But today, I don't think they are. But if there are social groups that are large and strong enough and that are convinced that the elections were not clean and that they were a fraud and that those who are governing are illegitimate, what we are doing is that we are opening up the door to violence, to eliminate the foundation of peaceful living and democracy. These claims of fraud are so serious because they do not only have to do with the electoral authorities, and they are not only limited to elections, they also have implications for peacekeeping and democracy within each of the different societies. Thank you very much. Salvador, thank you very much. So now I would like to summarize and remember the difficulty of this new repertoire of fraud in democracy. This is not a linear process. We cannot take it for granted that we have democratic processes that we are going to respect, because this repertoire of fraud, just like we see is happening even in the US, is difficult. And as a community, we shouldn't accept the generalization of the debate. Sometimes this topic of fraud becomes something that people use in a light way. I will share an example. In Colombia, a senator who was elected came out on national TV and says, there was fraud in this department because the candidate wasn't even there. How could he have won in that district if he didn't even visit that district? So there was a fraud without any evidence, without any rigor. And so people begin to use this statement in an irresponsible way to generalize this repertoire that destroys our democracy. With these speeches, we could justify, modify electoral authorities, reducing their capacity, cutting back their budget because they earn a high salary and they're just getting rich and not protecting elections. It can affect their independency. by generating a negative effect in practical terms because they take power away from electoral authorities to be able to deal with these situations of fraud. We see how this is different in a federal system or in a centralized system. However, it represents a risk to both. So I take on the commitment of these candidates. How can we make sure that our politicians commit themselves to the democratic principles and to be a gentleman or lady where we accept the results of an election and we give legitimacy to the winner so that the heart of democracy that takes place through elections can ensure alternatives in the future for those candidates that may be lost in this cycle but could win in the next cycle. I think that the electoral system is fundamental. We are in a new era where post-truth and the dispersion of news against democracy is a new threat. And likewise, we always have to pay attention to this phenomenon and be much more systematic in the way we deal with it so we can do it in the most intelligent way possible. Thank you very much. Thank Gerardo for his interventions. I am sure that the audience today was very happy to hear all of these insights. Ine, thank you for the invitation, and I give the floor back to Manuel. Thank you very much. You were an amazing moderator. Thank you very much for the presence of Tammy, Salvador, and Gerardo. I think that your contributions were so intelligent, and this will allow us to perfect our democracy. It's a path that we have to take. There is no end result. And I think that you made very important contributions. I just want you to know that we will have a report on this summit for democracy of the Americas, and it will be presented in the global summit that will take place in September. And it will take place in a hybrid format in Mexico City. And there we will have a global discussion of all the different areas and the different issues. So once again, thank you. We are going to have a break, and at 1 p.m. we will have our last panel. Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you all very much.
Muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes, tengan todos
Good
ustedes.
morning and good afternoon.
Hoy es jueves 30 de junio
Today
del
is
2020.
June 30th,
Estamos
Thursday,
en el foro, en la cumbre de la
2022,
democracia electoral
and we
dedicada a
are
América.
in the
Hoy
summit
es el
of
tercer día, en esta tenemos
electoral
la última
democracy for the
sesión.
Americas. Today is the third day,
Como
and this is the
comentaron
last
la
meeting.
presentación de los
As
otros días en
I've
el
mentioned in
desarrollo
the
de la agenda.
presentation of other
Es
days
un
during our agenda,
alrededor de
this is
18
a movement that
organizaciones
is being
entre
carried out
organismos
by
electorales,
18
asociaciones de autoridades
organizations and bodies,
organismos internacionales.
authorities,
Es un
electoral
movimiento
authorities,
para
electoral
fortalecer nuestra
bodies,
democracia
etc.
electoral
This is a
de las
movement to
difíciles
strengthen our
situaciones
electoral
atravesar la
democracy before the
la
difficult
efectividad de la
situation
democracia
that
en el
is being
ejercicio.
faced by the
Hemos
effectiveness of the
realizado
democracy.
ahorita un
We've
foro,
done
una cumbre de la democracia
we
electoral
carried
en
out
Europa.
a summit
Estamos
for the
en
electoral democracy in
América.
Europe.
El mes de
We
julio,
are finishing the
25
one
y
for the
26 de julio,
Americas
llevaremos a
in
cabo la
July
cumbre
25th
de
and 26th.
democracia
We are
electoral
going
para
to carry out
África.
the electoral
El
democracy
11 de
summit for
agosto,
Africa,
la cumbre de
and
la democracia
in
electoral
August
para
11 and
países de
12 the electoral
cada uno de
democracy
los foros
summit for Asian
regionales.
countries.
Estamos, a
In
ver,
each one of the regional
resúmenes, va a
fora,
haber
we are
notas,
summarizing
informes al
and
respecto.
we
Unos que
are
están
having
analizados
annotations and
discutidos
reports on
en
this
la cumbre
regards
global que se lleva
about the
a cabo
topics that are going to
20,
be
21
discussed
y
and
22 de
analyzed in
septiembre
the global
en la
summit
Ciudad
that
de
is going to
México o
be
en
done on the
de tal manera
21st and
que
22 of September in a
le doy la
hybrid
palabra
with a
para que
hybrid
modere este
manner.
panel
So
a
I
la
am going to
magistrada
give
del Tribunal
the
Electoral de Panamá,
floor to the
Yara Ocampo.
magistrate of the Electoral Tribunal of Panama, Yara Ocampo. Good afternoon to all of you today. And this is our last day. We are closing these marvelous and wonderful activities on the Summit for Electoral Democracy. This time, the panel has to do, or this entitled message for institutional representatives, where we are going to have the participation of Mr. Percy Medina, Program Manager of International ID in Peru, Eduardo Núñez, Director of Regional Central America Program on NDI, and Catherine Kuman, Deputy Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the IRI.
Que nos ha ayudado a reflexionar.
This is an activity that has helped us reflect on an array of topics, all of them related and linked to the electoral democracy, the progress, the backsliding, etc., and very important topics that have been treated and submitted in this summit. So without further ado, and because of the time constraints that we have, we are going to give the floor to Percy. Good afternoon, and thank you very much. After 3 days of presentations, discussions, it's not that there are many things to add. So I would like to be brief and underline some ideas that I think should help us for the further tasks that we have to continue developing. Because if we have stressed out something, is that the task is not about meeting to discuss and present, but to do this in order to have a further action and to create some synergy, the synergy that is required by these actions before the diagnosis that we have made in these days. Democracy in Latin America, as we have pointed out, is going through a serious crisis of trust in the institutions, and their citizens are more and more critical, and they express that the discomfort on a daily basis. So people are questioning, and with the reason, the results that we are offering them, contrary to the discourses, the political resources, and Even though there has been a huge resilience in our analysis, the state on the status of democracy, we found out that half of the democracies of the region have suffered some backsliding, democratic backsliding, understanding by this that they have had a meaningful decrease of the attributes that they have to defend. So in Latin America and the Caribbean, we've seen a very concerning decrease in the last 5 years. Something positive, nevertheless, in this overview, which is loaded with shades, is that we have continued to do elections, faithful, truthful elections, but we would like to have more efficient and transparent processes. Even in the midst of the pandemic, several electoral bodies have achieved to offer elections that are safe and healthy. These are important achievements that we have to stress out. Nevertheless, we have seen how in many countries, attacks to the electoral bodies have been multiplied, and there are many campaigns that have compromised the credibility of the elections and the electoral bodies in order to favor some other actors. So we know that this is not enough to have a quality democracy, but these are an indispensable feature in order to have this democracy. So it is quite interesting to pay attention on the health of the electoral processes and obviously in the autonomy, credibility, and the professional quality of the EMBs. For this, it is indispensable to have or to join efforts in order to attack the misinformation campaigns. So in this new siding that are offered by the social media, we have an effort which is more complex, but we should have to work very hard on this. So in many countries, there are more and more visible political actors that have a very low respect for this kind of institutions that are favoring and promoting controls, equilibrium, or that expression of the political pluralism. Those stakeholders that like to exert power without limits or restrictions are threatening democracy. To counteract those practices and these discourses, it is necessary also to strengthen democratic culture and to work very hard with the social media and the media. I mean, the traditional media as the new digital media, which are a communication channel specifically with the young people. And we also have to work with those that are having or rendering an opinion on the public matters, specifically in politics. We value a lot the celebration that we are doing this event in order to have all the different points of views from the different countries. Today, it is crucial to join efforts and the opinions of the stakeholders that are interested in favoring the electoral bodies, pro-human rights associations, journalists, political leaders, opinion leaders, etc. This reflection and this exchange of ideas should give rise to initiatives and action plans which we can coincide. The huge challenge and the effort to face it is from Idea Internacional. We are quite interested and we are available and we would like to continue working in this pathway. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Percy. Excellent message, institutional message, and I am going to rescue one specifically to pay attention and the health of the electoral processes, the independence of the EMBs. Now we are going to give the floor to Eduardo Núñez.
Muchas gracias, querida.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, por supuesto, de nuevo.
My dear Justice, and once again, I would like to reiterate my thankfulness to the INE for inviting me. I would like, first of all, to greet you on behalf of our director, who was very interested in participating directly, but unfortunately for her commitments that were previously acquired, she asked me to greet you, to all the organizers, as well as all of you that are attending to this meeting.
Entendemos que América Latina y el
From the
Caribe,
NDI, we understand that Latin America and the Caribbean,
con muy pocas excepciones, vive una época de amenazas, riesgos y
as Percy was
vulnerabilidad.
mentioning, is living on a
Una
era of threats. And there is a paradox. The era that has had the more stability has been erupted by a series of challenges. Some of them we have called endogenous challenges that have to do with the political regimes of the Latin America and the Caribbean, and these exogenous phenomena that have come to Latin America and the Caribbean in the last 15, 20 years, sometimes more, and that are threatening with the backsliding, not only the stability conditions of the political regimes, of the states as institutional apparatus.
Construir análisis compartidos.
So we need to have an urgency to conform coalitions that are able to reform, or if we would like to be more ambitious, to transform. So from these coalitions, to build and to design shared visions, to focus on early results, understanding that the context is demanding contention actions that have to be immediate, because the democratic deterioration is here, and something that has to do with the signs of the era that we are living, a better strategic communication. As of this framework from the National Democratic Institute, NDI, we have been developing a strategy that has at least 3 important axes. On the one hand, we continue working in our traditional approach areas, like the strengthening of the citizen capacities in order to develop electoral systems to observe that are systematic, based on evidence, to help electoral bodies to guarantee elections in a reasonable manner, or even ideal integrity elections. This coaching work to the reform processes of the political parties from the perspective of the rules of the game, I mean the systems of the political parties, as well as from the point of view of incentivizing or creating incentives, to better say it, for the party change processes from the traditional organizations, but also the new forms of political organization that are arising all along Latin America and the Caribbean. Our job to have a different approach, to have a political inclusion, giving priority to include effectively women, but also the indigenous peoples, and also of the individuals of the sexual diversity, and all of those other people and social groups that are facing growing and evident conditions of vulnerability and threat. We also continue working in institutional strengthening processes. We are emphasizing a lot the work to strengthen and recover the centrality of all the legislative branches in America, Latin America, and the Caribbean, under the understanding that these are not only relevant to pass bills or laws, but also to exert the political control and the budget oversight in a system that is going to guarantee an effective mechanisms of check and balances. And we are also working to improve, undoubtedly, the dimension of the political culture and the electoral culture, to close the gap between the tangible dimension of democracy, some standards and institutions that where we have some important progress, and also the values and practices where we are facing a historical lag. as Manuel was mentioning, that Europeans were saying in the regional forum, the expansion of this culture. But we are also doing other things in NDI that seemed relevant for all of us. We understand that we don't only need to improve design and to help democratic institutions to work better and the processes, the democratic processes, but we have to challenge effectiveness, results. That's why we have involved actively in order to strengthen the capacities, institutional capacities of our state apparatuses, in order to provide better policies, public services, and we have prioritized the work in the political safety. We have prioritized the work around identifying and reducing the corruption risk. Understanding this and regarding the strengthening of the citizens' capacities as well as the institutional systems in order to guarantee the decrease of the risks of corruption, and adding those all those punishments or fines, and we are focusing ourselves in prevention as of the strengthening of the institutions and the transparency practices of the state institutions. We are also focusing in a very particular manner ourselves on trying to incentivize these forums or inclusion in order to know which is the degree of depth of the threats that are representing new emerging phenomena in the last 20 years in Latin America and the Caribbean, as for example, drug dealing and the organized crime and the way in which they punish the job of our state mechanism. We are also working on political misinformation, focusing on closing the digital gap, and because sometimes some states are working with this, but in an authoritarian manner, but we have to see it from the perspective of guaranteeing that the citizens have access to the effective exercise of all these rights, and to use this new wave of expansion of the information, communication, and capacities to improve the operation of our democracies. And of course, we are specifically focusing on creating strategies to depolarize. We are living an era of a deep polarization, and polarization is a very bad friend of the democratic reform. And if we understand that we have to build a new generation of democratic reforms, it is fundamental to create a huge plural center, plural in interests, plural in stakeholders. Moreover, the conventional or beyond the conventional stakeholders or the political elites, all together, to acknowledge that there is a new society in many countries of Latin America, and that new society has a huge array of stakeholders that have a voice, that have interests, and that are willing to participate in building this new agenda. So we are in NDI working on this depolarization, and we are going to emphasize on working in three main axes. The first one, to recover the safe spaces to have a political and cross-sectional dialogue. The second one, to rebuild the interpersonal trust, because it's not possible that we are progressing in a new generation of democratic reform if we don't know how to coexist as a society. And the third one, and it's not the least one, is trying to identify how to build from the differences and from accepting the differences better ways to progress in shared agendas regarding democracy and development. I know that it's quite ambitious, and typically the resources that we have are very modest for the size of the challenges that we have, but by listening to the IDEA international friends and knowing the commitment of the National Foundation and the Inter-American use of human rights, etc., we are sure that if we are able to build a shared vision, we can create action plans where each one of us, from our specialty, our trench, our priorities, we can all gather together in this democratic space in the region. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the INE and all the organizers of this event for the excellent quality of the same. And it was a great honor to participate with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eduardo.
Reflexión por el momento, trabajar análisis constructivos y visiones compartidas.
We have to work in constructive analysis and shared visions. Now we are going to give the floor to Katia. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to share this panel with you. And it's also a pleasure to be here with my friends of IDEA International and the NDI, with which we collaborate because we share objectives, goals, which is to strengthen democracy around the world. On behalf of the International Republican Institute, I would like to thank and congratulate the INE for their leadership and the organization in this important forum. The IRI, in order to give you the why we are supporting, we are a nonprofit organization which promotes freedom and democracy in around the world. It helps the political parties to be more receptive and strengthens the transparent and responsible governance. Today, here we are supporting and acknowledging the role of the institutes and the authorities that are strong, independent, credible, and unquestionable on the rebuilding this democracy, this participative democracy. We believe in IRI that the full participation and equalitarian participation of all the citizens, women, young people, and other marginal groups that are essential for the democratic success of any country. So these stakeholders must be able to participate fully during the electoral processes as voters, as candidates, and even as observers, electoral observers. We're working with the EMBs to design and develop programmatic and innovative approaches. IRI is protecting these electoral processes against the internal and external challenges. We also support civic education and electoral education initiatives that allow the citizens to take or to make informed decisions. Likewise, the collaboration with observers and citizen surveys allow to make some evaluation regarding the development of the electoral processes, adjusting them to the regional standards and the international standards. IRI is one of the worldwide leaders regarding electoral observation. We have mission in more than 200 elections and more than 50 countries. By deploying electoral observers, IRI has contributed to dissuade the malpractice of the fraud, and we have helped guarantee that the process reflects the will and the vote of the people. IRI has used these observer missions to promote commitments with the fair participation in elections by the political stakeholders. Currently in Mexico, we are working in strengthening the open government processes and in the participation of the Mexican youth in counteracting corruption. We are here concerned by the attacks that some electoral authorities are experiencing around the world, and specifically in our continent, in the Americas. In some cases, it is done through budgetary cutbacks, and in other direct intent to control the institutions. In the cases like Nicaragua and Venezuela, we have all been witnesses of how they have reached democracy by denaturalizing the electoral processes and the authorities. That is why today, more than ever, we must be sure that this intent are fail and to recover our democracy before an electorate which is more and more stringent by protecting the integrity of the electoral authorities that are the milestone of the democratic building, and to drive the citizens to participate in electoral processes. Part of the issues that we are facing in the democracies is precisely the lack of participation, because we have citizens and voters that are quite apathic towards politics, and they do not go to the polling stations. So this gives an open avenue for the militant minorities. So with this, we are examining the role of the authorities. They don't have only to guarantee that they count the votes, but that the citizens are trusting that their vote is counting. So the role of the activities is not ending with an election. Every election is giving us some lessons on how to improve the electoral process. The electoral authorities should, before all, evolve in their professionalism and be leaders in inclusion. For example, INE in Mexico has been working very hard to level the field for everybody. And it draws my attention that the constitutional mandate of total parity implemented by the INE is resulting in more than 51% of the total of candidacies of women in the last elections for governors in 2021. They also fixed some quotas for indigenous models, Afro communities, Mexican migrants, and sexual diversity communities. This is the way that we should follow. We congratulate once again the INE, their president, and the resilient technical equipment team, the 32 local meetings and boards that are one of the most respected authorities in the world, that have been able to ensure the integrity of the vote of the 93.5 million of Mexican electors, the third largest election in the Americas, that have been facing, that are innovation, change, and that they have done 93 electoral missions in 38 countries of the world. Wow. So this summit is a proof, evidence of the design and the will to adapt to the different times. And this is important. They acknowledge that they have to be that they have to be avant-garde in order to fight with all these challenges. So these and other topics that are quite important have been discussed in this summit for electoral democracy. And once again, congratulations, because this work is fundamental and paramount in these times that we are living. Thank you very much. Once again, it was an honor to be here with you, and thank you very much for this great effort. Thank you very much, Katia. I wait your reflection on recovering the brightness of our previous democracies. It has been a panel with institutional messages that have been very valuable, and these are reflections of the different topics that we have been addressing these days. Percy, who is mentioning that it's not to talk about all the issues that we have currently are facing currently, but we have really to create actions and initiatives before this diagnosis. Nevertheless, in the area, we have had very transparent electoral processes, and the pandemic was not a hindrance to do this. We have to reinvent the electoral bodies to face this and to do it in a very proactive and transparent manner. Eduardo also is telling us that we have to work on constructive analysis. He mentioned the strategic communication importance. This is something, some of the topics that we have addressed on these days. And he's also weighing the strengthening of the citizens' capacities and to coach them on the reform processes. Not only the citizens, but also the parties, the political parties. Specifically, we have to have inclusion for women and the sexual diversity groups and also indigenous groups. And obviously, we have to work a lot and very hard in strengthening the institutional capacities. And Katia was mentioning that we have to counteract violence. She stressed out a lot the work that they are doing with young people regarding corruption. I think that this is something that we have to counteract, and we have to do it, first of all, with young people. This is a very important job. The success of democracy and the full participation of the citizens is very necessary, and the role of the electoral authorities is not ending or does not end with an electoral process which is transparent and neat, but we have to take into consideration all the details that could be bettered and improved during all this time. So thank you very much to all of you for these institutional messages that are quite important and are giving a rise to many questions. So I like a lot this. Don't just meet to discuss, but we have to articulate the strategies. Thank you very much to Yara Campo for this closing message. And so with these interventions, we are finishing the third day of this Summit for Electoral Democracy for the Americas. And as you have been witnessing in these three interventions, the thing is, to face the illness of the democracy, we have to make a collective effort. As electoral body, we do not have the operational arms and the reach that Idea Internacional has just mentioned, or the NDI or the IRA. We need those arms, and they need also our help because we have a different nature, other attributes. What we need is this collective work. Individually, we cannot do anything to face the issues of democracy. Nevertheless, together we all can decrease the issues of democracy. That's the spirit of this Summit of Electoral Democracy that we are driving. It's being driven by different organizations. I mean, the collaboration, INE participated, yes, but the important thing is that we are a set of institutions that are being mobilized in America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and in the Arab world. We are all there present. Thank you very much, and have a good evening everywhere you are in the world. Thank you very much to all of you.
Listo, ya estamos fuera del aire.